Okay, good morning. I'm seeing, I think everybody apart from Mr. Hardy, but I see he's on the call, so yeah, seeing him now. Okay, great, thank you. Welcome back to day 4 of the aviation safety inquiry for the conjoined applications at Craiginmoddie, Carrick and Knockcronal. Thank you very much for agreeing to the early start again this morning so that we can hopefully give ourselves enough time to complete the airport's evidence. And thank you particularly to Mr. Fido for hanging on and for your patience in that. So after we complete our session today, at 2 p.m. we'll follow on with the final scheduled session, and that's the reconvened conditions hearing. And I apologise to the council for any inconvenience in changing the start time for that session. We'll set out the approach to closing submissions at the end of today, at the close of that conditions session. And just a couple of points about core documents. I know a proposed condition from the airport has come in. I think it came in last night. Hopefully everybody has received that via email. And I wanted to just ask the other parties whether they were happy to accept that at this stage. Hardy?
Probably I'll go first. I'm not sure whether it's a question of whether I'm happy to accept it. I mean, the first thing is to say I'm extremely surprised by the timing of that, given that we're now 4 days into this aviation session and however many years into this process. It poses a difficulty because I quite frankly don't understand the condition. Our team doesn't understand the condition, and it is inconsistent with what has gone before in a number of respects. Some of those questions that I might have wanted to ask may have been put to Mr. Thompson, for instance. Presumably, Mr. Fido has had no input into this because he's in the middle of cross-examination, so I'm not sure we're going to get very far with Mr. Fido. So we can obviously discuss whether we think the condition works in a sort of technical sense, drafting sense this afternoon. But I'm going to reserve my position. I'm not sure how far I'm going to get with questions that arise out of the substance of it. So I'm going to I'm putting a marker down.
Okay, thank you. I'll hear from Mr. McLeod first then, before I ask Mr. Finlay. Mr. McLeod?
Well, I'm more disappointed than surprised, to be honest, ma'am. At the moment, I don't have instructions on the condition. It's deeply regrettable that it came in so late in the day, and I will reserve my position until I've had a chance to speak to my clients at lunchtime today. So that's all I have to say on the matter for me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finlay, I wonder if you could say anything just about which witnesses are coming this afternoon, what scope we have to discuss matters raised in it this afternoon.
Well, I believe all the witnesses will be here this afternoon if there's any need to discuss matters. I know what my own friends say. It was an attempt to try and assist progress this afternoon. It's not meant to introduce any new issues. It's just meant to encapsulate the case that the airport's been putting forward in order to provide a discussion document, primarily, as opposed to a definite drafting statement. If my own friends don't find it helpful, no doubt they will suggest have different proposals. But that's what it is there for. So hopefully no one is going to be disadvantaged. But as I said, all witnesses will be here this afternoon if anyone needs to ask them any questions about it.
Okay, so would parties say that they're happy for it to be discussed this afternoon? And obviously we'll have to take a view then about whether we need further submissions on it thereafter.
Well, I don't think it's quite as simple as that, because the hearing session this afternoon is of a rather different tenor to the inquiry session. And the concerns I've got are that the condition clearly does sit inconsistent, or is inconsistent with quite a lot of what the airport has to say in its evidence. And so if that, if there are questions about, and it turns out there are questions about how that actually works, I don't think they're really for a condition session on the conditions, on the mechanics of the condition. So that's my concern. And having 4 or 5 members of the team there this afternoon, but in a different forum, doesn't answer the point. So I'll see where we get. I'm reserving my position. I think Mr. McLeod takes a slightly strong position in that he's got no instructions. Our instructions are none of this is necessary overall. It just is, that's the airport's case, but our submission is you don't need any of this. So we can deal with it. But if we're going to get into the minutiae of it, then I've got my concerns.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you, Mr. McLeod.
I would respectfully suggest we simply park the issue until after lunch today, by which time I do hope to have instructions on what approach to take.
Okay, well, I think that's all that we can do at this point, and we'll pick that up at the start of the condition session then.
Yes, can I just make one more point? It's obviously not, it's not linked strictly to the submission of a document last night at 5 o'clock. Not the sort of straw that's broken the camel's back, but I think there is an obligation to indicate that there'll be an application for expenses and it needs to be done in the proceedings. So it's not a matter for now, but I do make that point, and that we will be making an application for expenses, and we'll need to build that into the timetable in due course.
Okay, that's noted. The only other matter I wanted to mention about documents was I'm aware that we've got this anchor reporter's report on the core documents list. That's CD 830. I think we may also want to make a brief reference this afternoon at the conditions hearing to the decision itself, which I don't think is on the list. So if you're content, we'll get that circulated by email and make sure everybody has that this morning. Is that okay with parties?
Yes, I think that's very sensible. Yeah.
We'll do that. Are there any other matters that people want to raise before we pick back up with Mr. Fido? No. Okay, that's great. So we'll go back to Mr. Hardy. Thank you.
Very much. Well, we'll start then with the condition, Mr. Fido, if you have a copy of that, please.
I don't think I do.
Could you be provided with a copy of the revised condition?
We're obviously going to be discussing that this afternoon. Is that something that we need to get straight into?
Well, that's the point I was making, Ma'am, because if it's just the nuts and bolts of drafting, that seems to me that's for that's for this afternoon. But if it's the substance, then it seems to me that ought to be subject to formal examination. If you disagree, of course, I won't take the point. But I'm very concerned about how this works and how it is inconsistent in our view with what the airport has been saying.
I mean, you will get an opportunity to ask these questions this afternoon. So I'm wondering if Mr. Fido didn't have it in front of him there, whether he was ready to answer questions about that right now, whether that's appropriate.
Mr. Fido, as Mr. Hardy indicated, has had no input into this condition and is unaware of its contents. So firstly, it would be unfair to cross-examine him about the detail of it. I'm quite happy for Mr. Hardy if he suggests that there's somehow a sort of in principle inconsistency with the airport's case in terms of evidence that Mr. Fido has given to asking questions about it. But I reiterate, that wasn't the intention. It's not the intention that it to present a new case. But no doubt Mr. Hardy may have interpreted it differently. But I hope that makes our position clear. I'm just concerned that Mr. Fido is going to be asked about detailed issues about a document that he's never seen before.
Well, can I say this then? I won't ask detailed points about construction. That can be for this afternoon. But there's some points which I hope are general points that Mr. Fido will be able to deal with this morning. And if I ask those, if you think they're not helpful, and if you think that puts Mr. Fido at an unfair advantage, then I'm no doubt you will say. But I would like him to see the document, please.
Mr. Fido, do you have it in front of you now?
I have a hard copy now, yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. Right.
Thank you very much. So, bearing those caveats in mind, Mr. Fido, so no input into the suggested wording of this condition?
No, none whatsoever.
Thank you. There is reference to a wind farm mitigation scheme. And maybe this is for Miss Kilpatrick, and if that's right, please say so. But in paragraph 1, the developer shan't commence development until the Scottish ministers are satisfied the developer has agreed a wind farm mitigation scheme with the airport operator. Is that something different? And do you know, is that something different to the wind farm mitigation agreement backed by NDA that is set out in, I think it's step 17 of the airport's wind farm mitigation approach?
I have no knowledge of either of those, Mr. Hardy, so I couldn't comment, I'm afraid.
So, Mr. Thompson, just for the reference, we'll come back to that. Mr. Thompson sets out the, you've seen the flow chart, no doubt, it's in his evidence, but it's elsewhere. I think it's figure 10, Mr. Thompson's evidence, and it's called the airport's wind farm safeguarding assessment process. Is that a document you've seen before?
Yes, I've seen it through the course of the inquiry and in the past, yes.
Okay, well, just to flag that up, that's one of the questions that we've got. That refers at, I think it's step 17, and that's a precondition to removal of an objection. So if others want to come back to that, or we come back to it this afternoon, that's one of the major problems we have with it. In terms of radar, then, we've got part 3. Developer shan't commence development till they're satisfied the developer has put in place binding undertakings in respect to the following matters. Additional radar feed. And then to supply the airport operator with a quality assured radar feed. And then that to be delivered by the developer to the airport operator for the life of the development under a service level agreement. And then be acceptable to the CAA. So in general terms, we've got 3 schemes here, maybe other schemes in the going along in the future. How in your world would there be a division between different operators if each one is required to supply the airport operator with a quality assured radar feed? Does that work?
In what sense are you
well, the condition requires, we saw this last night for the first time, Mr. Friday. So what it says is you can read the developer, well, you can read what it says under 3. Not
Mr. Hardy, sorry to interrupt, but just to help us save time, I think that may be a question. I understand that's not a technical question, but how you would split it up. That's for the next witness, I would suggest. And can I also indicate that just in order to assist you and others, that the words wind farm mitigation scheme are taken from condition 7 on the Sanka 2 decision. So I'm not, the witness wasn't able to comment on it, but just say that when you're thinking about questions for the next witness and others are thinking about it, that is the origin of the words wind farm mitigations.
Well, okay. I mean, it sort of may cut things short. If I could ask a question of the airport through you, does that mean that there is no requirement for a wind farm mitigation agreement? Because they are different things.
I'm very happy to deal with that. I think a wind farm mitigation scheme could comprise a number of vehicles to achieve it, one of which might be an agreement, but it isn't necessarily an agreement.
Okay. So not necessarily agreement. So what we're to take from that wind farm mitigation scheme does not equal, in an equation, does not equal wind farm mitigation agreement in step 17 of the process chart.
And I understand that was the outcome of the Sanka 2 inquiry.
That's why that's why I asked. Now, I obviously I can make my submissions, and I will be asking Ms. Kilpatrick about that, about the flow chart, the relationship between the scheme, the mitigation agreement, and also what was said by the reporter and the ministers at Sanka. So maybe I could leave that part of it. But Mr. Fido, in a technical sense, this is a technical question, not to do with the construction of the condition. How would you, in your world, split a requirement in 3.1 Roman 1 So each developer is to supply the airport operator with a quality assured radar feed. In a technical sense, is that sensible, or is that you've had no input into this? Actually, is that not sensible?
Straight to Mr. Fido. First of all, it's not what it says. It does requires one additional radar feed, and it's not a fair question for Mr. Fido, having not seen the document before.
Well, I'm a little bit troubled by this. That very late in the day we get a document, and we'll be as flexible as we can. We'll talk about the construction of it. It seems to me a condition session is designed to do that. How it works, the technical side of that must be susceptible to cross-examination from the technical witnesses that the airports have put up. So it isn't difficult for Mr. Fido to read this condition and for me to ask those sorts of questions. So I'm going to ask it again, Mr. Fido. You can take your time. Do you want to read 3? You could take as much time as you want to read the condition.
I think I understand where it is that you want to go, but a technical perspective, what I would see here is a single alternative surveillance source, which feeds into the wind farm radar mitigation system at the airport and provides a secondary feed, which has a different view to the wind turbines than their own radar does, which in technical terms, it mitigates the effects that the turbines are having on the airport's radar to an extent that makes it acceptable from when it isn't at the moment, because of the residual impacts that the turbines have on the airport's radar.
Right.
And
they
own it and feed it in very much the same way that they do at Kincardine. Is it Kincardine that feeds it to Glasgow Airport as a radar feed, and the airport owns it and delivers it to the airport, and the airport use it. And it's in much the same way that NOAA provide radar feeds as onward routing radar data, and there's service level agreements between the parties that say how that will be maintained and secured through the life of the system.
All right.
So
we can talk.
it's a straightforward thing.
Well, hold on. We can talk about the construction of the condition. That's wording. We can talk about this afternoon. But in a technical sense, what you seem to be saying is that's one additional radar feed, and then the developers would split the cost somehow. That may be a matter for Miss Kilpatrick, but that is that how that would.
I have no input to any commercial arrangements in that sense. I'm sorry, Mr.
But it's one feed. So your understanding of 3.1, one additional radar feed, and then how that is paid for, the mechanism for that's a matter for other witnesses.
I believe that's the answer, yes, Mr. Harney.
And we'll come back to that. So we were at the end of Wednesday at a position, we'd run through chronology, Mr. Fido, about procurement. You recall those questions about Terma, about the buffer area and so on. Got to a stage where we looked at the procurement documents and then some of the Terma documents. So I just want to pick up that chronology now. Have you prepared, because you tell us whenever Terma is optimized, there needs to be a new safety case that's submitted to the CAA. Have you submitted a safety case to the CAA which has involved use of a buffer area?
No, I don't think I have, actually.
So is that because there's been no opportunity to do that? In other words, there's been no requirement to submit a safety case upon optimization of Terma, or is that there has been a safety case and you have removed reference to a buffer zone?
No, I don't think I've submitted anything with a reference to a buffer zone in the sense that we're talking here now.
Right. So have you submitted safety cases for optimization of Terma?
Yes.
So has that just been assumed? So in relation to prediction methodology and probability of detection, that will have assumed a buffer zone, won't it?
No.
Well, if the airport procured Terma and the assumption has been of using a buffer zone, we'll come into where the change occurred. Why would that not be the case? If you're dealing with prediction of method of detection, it would have to, wouldn't it?
No, because the buffer zone is not relevant to the detection probability over the wind farm, which is the point of my statement. And
No.
The applications that I've done it in, other than at this airport, are different applications in different ways and don't require that.
You say that now, of course, that's your case. But in the build-up, and we'll look at where that change has come. The assumption has been for a buffer zone, and we've looked at the procurement process, what was asked for by the airport, Terma, following those instructions and so on. So what you're shaking your head, Mr. Fido, but we've been over that material. We're not going to go over it again. It's in the papers, all right?
Yes, and as I explained, the original buffer zone in that context was in the context of potential for radar infill and to understand what was available on the market at the time.
And we've got answers.
It wasn't a buffer that was carried forward to where we are today, because the application that was finalised after that procurement was different to what was expected or what was understood at the time and what was necessary.
So you said, I've got your answer. Got your answers on that, Mr.
In that context has gone and it's moved on from there now.
Well, you say that. I've got your answers so far on that. If that's right, the approach that was made, we know from Mr. Thompson to the CAA, and he was explicit, that was as a result of the loss at Sanka, so that was in September. Those approaches in relation to your, and we know this is your argument, your bag, were those approaches made to the CAA at any stage earlier than September 2023? Was that the first time that your issue was put to the CAA?
As far as I'm aware, that might have been the first time that the airport did it. I wouldn't have been in a position to present it because it belongs to the airport.
Well,
I'm only invited to the airport.
But your concerns could have been raised at any point prior to that, couldn't they?
They could have been, yes, if the position was applicable to the work I do. I don't always just do this. I do other things too. And if the time was appropriate, then it could have been done, yes.
Well, if time is appropriate, it seems to be very, fundamental to your position. It's your crusade, isn't it? We know it's your issue, Mr. Fido, because we've been over that.
The crusader, Mr. Hardy. It's just a matter of radar facts. I'm sorry.
Well, radar facts. We know that this is.
I'm sorry.
We know that this is solely your issue because we saw that in the letter, and we went over that on Wednesday. So let's have a look at what happened.
Mr. Hardy, it's not. He's got to be fair to the witness. It's not solely his issue now. For instance, Mr. Beebe is recorded in evidence saying that there's no need for a buffer. So
no.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Hardy. If you're going to, quite happy for you to suggest that it's Mr. Fido who's raised this issue, but to suggest that it is now solely his issue, given both your witness and Mr. Ingles's witness acceptance, Mr. Ingles's acceptance of the CAA position statement is simply incorrect.
No, Mr. Findlay, it isn't. I know the defensiveness. This issue raised by Mr. Fido, and then we've got the evidence about the notes from the CA and so on. But this issue originated with you, didn't it, Mr. Fido? We know that from the letter of the 8th of December. Yes. It's your issue.
Yes, I observed that issue through an analysis of the problem, yes, which is as an engineer.
So let's have a look. Going back to the chronology, clockery. So could we just see the clockery report? And I think that's CD 831. I think it is. You appeared at Clockery, Mr. Fido.
I did, yes.
Yeah. Can see that aviation and radar matters are dealt with in part 6 of the report. That starts at page 89. And just in terms of timing, So the Clockery inquiry preceded Sanker, didn't it?
That's
Sorry,
correct.
Mr. Hardy, I've got noise at page 89. Am I looking at the right document?
It is on the, I'm in the paper version. If you look on internal page 3 of the report, there's a table there, a table of contents, and that sets out, oh, sorry, 77 is aviation. It's section 6. Sorry, my apologies.
I signed, got it. Thanks.
Just before we turn there, importance of the chronology, the method of consideration and date. Mr. Fido is on the first page of the report. There's a virtual public inquiry, 24th of May, 25th of June, including formal inquiry and hearing sessions. Yeah. So that preceded Sanker, didn't it, by about 6 months?
That's as I recall it. Yes, that's probably
The dates of the Sanker the inquiry are on the Sanker decision letter. We can see that they ran between October. It's October 21, so 5 or 6 months later. All right. Section 6. So page 77 onwards. We don't need to run through all of this in detail because reporters can read what it says, but the summary of Glasgow Prestwick Airport's case is on internal page 80 onwards. You did not take.
Sorry,
Yes.
there's paragraphs. Have you got a paragraph number?
6.3.
Yeah, I have that. Thank you.
That's the summary of Glasgow Prestwick Airport's case. You can see there you've got your precognition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to read it all, as it's quite a long section. There is no reference in this summary, been through the original documents, but this will do because this is the document that's in front of the of this inquiry. There's no reference to this issue of wind farm area and probability of detection methodology raised at Clockery, was there?
It doesn't seem to be in there, no.
Thank you. And we know that 5 or 6 months later, because we've got your report for Sanker, that you do take that. And that's the, and I'm going to suggest that the first time in that chronology, the first time that we see any evidence of you getting excited about the PD methodology is in that gap. It's between having the Clockery experience and Sanker. Is that right? You didn't raise it at Clockery, you do raise it at Sanker.
No, I think at Clockery we started to understand that at that point, and having gone through that process and come out the other end and gone into Sanker, it started to become clear that there was other issues that were going on which we hadn't probably understood properly at the beginning. Yeah. So I think this has been a learning exercise for me as well as a radar engineer, and I guess for the airport. And things have moved on, things have changed, and things have been understood much better. We've had a deep dive into this and uncovered these issues which we weren't aware of before.
That's fine. In terms of my chronology, and I'll obviously be making submissions, the time at which this surfaces, it's not raised at Clockery, it is raised at Sanker full on, as you know, and was rejected. That's the chronology, isn't it?
As I understand it, that's correct, yes.
Okay. So obviously you don't need to go to Clockery any further. I want to have a look at the tolerability matrices. So 11,254.
Yes, I have that.
And your input into these was what? We know that they were a group effort. So what did you input into these that was then drawn up by Mr. Thompson?
So in my input was to identify what the actual hazard was in terms of the effect on the radar, which is the loss of plots and the loss of tracks. And as a workshop team to determine what the failures and causes might be that lead to that, which in this case is obviously the turbines. The effects and consequences to ATC are input by the air traffic controllers based on how they use it and the scenarios that were available to them, and the context of how we can look at how these wind farms sort of appear and influence those analyses, but as a team discussed, not just my input, and and then to go through them and determine how they came up with the results they came to.
So I'm interested in the centrality. Let's cut to it, Mr. Pide. I'm interested in the centrality of your concerns to the airport's case. And that's the theme of this questioning, that this is you originate, the origination of this problem with PD is you. And we get that. In this chart, when we talked to Mr. Thompson, both Mr. McLeod and I explored the rationale, the pivot, if you like, around which this chart works. And I'm going to suggest on the final page, it's on the rationale for review page. So it's a couple of pages before the signature page. It's the one with the photograph on it.
Yes.
Okay. What's said is due to the large 12 by 3.5 nautical miles versus volume of airspace, where PD is reduced across a large portion, the airport has concluded that the risks of dropping a primary radar aircraft plot in this area for an extended period of time, 30 seconds to 6 seconds or greater, is not an acceptable aviation safety risk that the airport is prepared to accept without deployment of additional mitigation by implementing another source of radar data to improve the primary surveillance radar PD to greater than 90%. That's from you, isn't it? That's the input that you've had into the table. That requirement has been driven by you as the radar expert.
The input for me is what a mitigation could look like and where it needs to be implemented. And in this case, an alternative radar feed would resolve the issues that they have based on the effects that are happening on their current radar, yes.
Yeah, but your evidence, you're the radar expert who's been saying, hold on a minute, if you go with me, PD is going to be lower than 90%. That's right, isn't it? Everyone's been looking to you for that expertise. Right, isn't it? This is your bag. That's your issue. Have you frozen, Mr. I'm not.
Sorry, everything just froze. Then
you froze for us, Mr. Fido.
I think that the team just suddenly dropped out and dropped back in again.
I don't know how much of that you got. Let me just repeat the question.
So you got to the 90% bit.
Let me just put the point again. Probability of detection, less than 90% methodology. That's your bag, isn't it? We know that everyone in the airport's been looking to you for that issue. So your input, I'm going to suggest into this rationale, is the threshold being set at PD of 90%. And so you need additional mitigation to improve primary surveillance radar PD to over 90%. That's come from you, hasn't it? You're advising the airport on that particular issue.
Yes and no. I'm advising that that's what they're going to achieve because that's what the regulatory requirement is, and that is what their operational requirement was right from the beginning. That is what they need to achieve to have a success. But it's not just about the PD, as you mentioned before. It's about the effect it has on the ability to maintain a track over that area. And if the PD isn't sufficiently robust, it's an increased likelihood of failing of those tracks.
Yeah,
it's what you lose the tracks that causes the problem. So it's not all of the PD.
We'll come back to all of that.
But the PD ensures that there's a limited risk of track loss over that extended area, and that is a single argument. It's everything else is sort of well, carry on.
Well, Mr. Fido, there's a lot of answers in that, or a lot of questions which we can come to in a moment. It isn't really my question. Let me put it very bluntly. Who set the threshold for the rationale as being improvement to the primary surveillance radar to being over 90%? Was that you?
The CAA cap 670, 90%.
No. We'll deal with that.
90%. Everything is based around that. It's not me saying it's got to be 90%. It's me saying that's the requirement that we've been set ourselves to achieve, and that's what needs to be done.
Mr. Fido, just stop you. We're well aware of the what regulations, so we'll come to that. It's not actually right anyway, but we'll come to that in a moment.
Well, it is right because it's a regulatory requirement, it's an operational requirement, and it's a standard requirement for the services that are provided. So, of course, it's right.
I'll take you to 670 in a few seconds. In relation to this threshold, the 90%, of the 3 or 4 people who took part or who inputted into this matrix, where did that come from? Who was the prime motivator in saying that is the point at which we are going to say additional mitigation is required if it's below them?
Well, that's the airport's decision, but based on meeting the requirements that are necessary to achieve the regulatory requirement and the operational requirement they set in their requirements for the system.
All right.
It's not me saying it has to be 90%. It's me saying that the regulation told us it's 90%, and that's what we must achieve. And I'm just to make sure that they're able to do that. So
you were part of that process, Mr. Fido. Can't get any further. And that was a group decision then to write the rationale in that way. You signed it off, of course, but you were.
Yes, and all those people that were on there were in that team, so it was a team workshop, and that's how these processes are done in the aviation industry and also in the nuclear industry. It's a workshop of experts who put in all their ideas, and they all agree what the outcome is to be.
Just trying to unpick it, Mr.
One man's final decision at the end of the day.
Okay, Mr. Fido. So in relation to that, and can't get any further. I've asked you the questions about where who was the principally responsible for that. We can flip it over and say if PD, so if your evidence is not accepted and PD is over 90%, or there was an acceptance that would be over 90%, there would be no rationale for any additional mitigation. Would there be no additional radar feed? There'd be nothing that would be required above the optimization that's set out in the applicant's condition. That's the flip side, isn't it?
Yes, that is a flip side that you can look at, but it's always not as simple as that. There's still the probability of losing tracks as well on top of that, and again, the quantity and the area that we're covering, it is also still a problem. It's not always as simple as saying it's.
I don't understand, Mr. Fido. You see, 90% is set out in this rationale. That's the threshold. If you don't achieve that, then there's potentially millions of pounds to spend on additional mitigation. That's the threshold that's been set. For the applicant to understand the position, if they then meet PD of 90%, because actually decision makers don't run with your concerns about the predictive methodology, it would follow, wouldn't it? Therefore, that test has been met, and the airport's case would be no requirement for additional mitigation other than the optimization which is put forward by this applicant. That's got to be right, hasn't it?
It's a reasonable position to take if you don't understand what's going on, yes.
Well, hold on, that's very barbed, you see. So why are you saying that this table doesn't count for anything, because you'll still be after money from the wind farm industry, even if we do meet your risk assessment matrices? Because you see, our case very, very plainly, Mr. Fido, put it like this.
I'm not after any money at all, Mr. Hardy, thank you.
Sorry?
I'm not after any money at all, thank you.
Well, look, these things are very expensive, additional mitigation.
Mr. Hardy, if you'd stop using pejorative comments, we might make progress more quickly. You can hardly be surprised if the witness reacts.
We're living in the real world, Mr. Fido. These things are very expensive, aren't they? What this matrix says is that you, or the airport, sets a threshold of 90%, right? What you seem to be saying is, well, even if 90% was exceeded, well, actually, we still may require something else or payment of monies for additional mitigation, because it's not as simple as that, because you seem to be suggesting that I don't understand the position. So what is it?
So the 90%, as you say, is a marker and an indicator of where we are with performance and an indicator of what we might expect over that area. Even with a 90% PD, which is an indication of how well it performs, there is still a probability that there will be occasions when this will happen and the tracks could be lost. Now, over a single wind farm, that can be reasonably acceptable because of the short time at rest. What we have here in this case, and it is unique, is a long line of wind turbines in an area of interest where it increases the probability of that occurrence happening. And it's a genuine risk in that case, even with 90% PD, which makes it even another sort of area of interest. And it's not defending any case, it's just a matter of fact. That's what that will occur. What it is an increased period of time at risk where these things might happen. And that's what the matrix is saying. There's an increased period of risk in this environment because of all the turbines.
So actually, this risk assessment table isn't very helpful, is it, to the reporters? Because what you're saying is, even if the rationale for review medium risk remaining after mitigation is in excess of 90%, you still may be seeking additional mitigation. So you don't agree with this table, do you? I
do agree with this table entirely because there's different aspects and different contexts within the different hazards that have been identified. And each one is treated in a different way with a different mitigation that's required. And the level of that mitigation is dependent on how the impact prevails itself. And there are a number of different impacts. It's not just the PD, it's the fact that there's no detection in areas which may in some points give you a PD of 90 and others might not. But it's the case of if the aircraft goes over those areas of no PD, which are always there, because that's how the radar takes out the problem. They put a big hole in there, and those holes will still exist up to flight level 195.
Yeah.
And that is a real possibility of an outcome that might happen still.
Mr. Finder, it's a very long answer. It's not the question I asked. All right. And it's this. Where do I see and where do the reporters see? We're on day 4 of this session. Where do we see a risk assessment table that would satisfy you or satisfy the airport regarding a rationale for review medium risk remaining after mitigation? Because it doesn't seem as though this satisfies you.
No, this does satisfy me with the mitigation set out, because at the end of the day, it can only ever be reviewed because the environment in there is always changing. And it could never be fully acceptable, but review is acceptable provided that the right things are in place to keep an eye on it once it's in place.
If we satisfy the reporters that there's 90% plus PD, right? What else do we need to do to satisfy you? Let's have it.
As I said, in this particular case, there would need to be something else to fill in all the other elements which are missing because of all those turbines in that long line.
What?
Black holes still remain. The shadow and the desensitization issues still remain. They will never go away by not doing anything else. Degradation still remains, and that is radar performance, which has been, if you like, stolen by the turbines' positions in place. Mm-hmm. And it's never going to be returned. And because it's there, it generates a situation where there's a risk of the things happening which have been presented in that table.
None of that's reflected in this table, is it? Because put very plainly to you, and as I say, we're on now day 4, that this whole table is written around a pivot point of 90% PD. If you get 90%, if you're below 90% PD, that triggers, and see it in that first paragraph, the need for additional mitigation by implementing another source of radar data. That's the basis on which this table is written. You are now doing something or introducing something completely different, aren't you, which is not set down in any materials before this inquiry.
So the 90% PD gives us an indication that it's going to be an improvement, and I'll accept that with you. And the table looks at the PD in the sense of dropping plots, which then leads to a different fault, which is losing tracks. And so the table covers all of those aspects, and they're all considered in different guises and different scenarios with different aircrafts and different times of day and different positions of wind turbines. That's all done in the background, and the 90% is, yes, it is an indicator marker that it's going to be okay, but it's not a full guarantee. That's all.
Let's go at this before I move on, Mr. Fyde. I'll make my submissions. Where do I or the reporters see an assessment of what would satisfy you that no additional mitigation by implementing, and I'm reading, by implementing another source of radar data, into the MRT via an additional primary radar sensor to improve primary surveillance radar PD to 90%. Okay, that's quoting from your document. Where do I see anything to suggest or to provide a checklist to a developer to say that no further mitigation is required? Where do I see it?
The mitigation section of the second part of the assessment considers if a second sensor is implemented and it achieves the performance over the wind farm that we require, then we can accept that is fine. What we can't accept, what we don't accept is we don't accept that that's a calculation made of the buffer zone, because they should not exist. And if they do, then there's another story to be had there. So yes, I'll go with you. If it's over 90% in both cases, if we've got mitigation, then yes, we could probably say it's acceptable. Well, not acceptable. It'll always be reviewed. It'll never be acceptable in terms of this table.
Hold on. We're now saying, and I think there's agreement, if it's 90% above PD, then there is no further mitigation required. We're in that review category. Is that right? That's what you've just agreed, as I understand it.
If the mitigation that's put in place gives us that, then yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's very helpful. So if you are wrong, or if your evidence in relation to the prediction methodology is not accepted, then there's no additional mitigation required, is there? And that would be, we could be all be happy, because the mitigation which is then proposed by the applicant, so that's the optimization of things set out in conditions, that would be sufficient, wouldn't it? We'd have met the test on the basis of your answer to me, no additional mitigation, happy days. It's agreed, isn't it?
What you're saying, Mr. Hardy, is if other people decide that my evidence is incorrect, which I will stand by and say it is not incorrect, then that would be the case.
On any basis, we can make it broader than that. On any basis, if people don't think you're wrong, don't accept, don't say the burden of it, whatever it is, if they're satisfied that 90% PD above, there is nothing further to do, and the applicant has then provided the optimization in the condition, that would do, wouldn't it, Mr. Fyde?
Very probably. It can't be guaranteed, but very probably, yes.
Well, very probably. I think we're almost there. What's the very probably? I mean, it either is or it isn't. We need certainty. We've got an answer from you, 90%, nothing more. If the decision maker says, well, actually, we're satisfied, it would be 90%, that's fine. Then what else would there be? What's the probably?
If the 90% is there, then yes, it could be, but it has to be on.
Could be.
It's how that 90% is predicted or tested in the first instance.
No, Mr. Fyde.
So if you put a case to me that says if we do this and we get 90%, that's not actually the truth, then I can't accept it. If it is the truth, then I can accept it.
Regardless,
so on how it's done.
Mr. Fyde.
Sorry, but your applicants and your experts haven't put together a case that tells me why it shouldn't be any different to what I've said.
Mr. Fyde.
In these cases, they've both accepted that I've put a reasonable argument about how it should be done.
Look, there's a very long answer there, Mr. Fyde. This is really important stuff for this inquiry. You absolutely have a beef. I get it. That's your point.
No, Mr. I do not.
You'll have a
Just your
point
tone,
about.
please, Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy, I'm a chartered engineer. I don't have a beef. I just do things that are supposed to be done that are correct. I don't have a beef. If somebody wants to question it, that's fine. If somebody wants to disagree with it, that's fine.
Yes.
Together my case based on my expertise and my knowledge of how this radar works and how the turbines impact them. There's no beef. There's no agenda. It is just my expert facts.
On whatever basis, if that evidence is not accepted, so the reporters didn't accept that case at Sanker, as we know, there's no additional, we've no new material, we know we've been over all of that. So it may be that the reporters and indeed the minister say, well, actually, consistency, there's nothing new. They don't agree with your evidence, okay, in relation to your concerns about predictive methodology. If that's right, there'd be no further additional mitigation required, and the mitigation that was put forward by the applicant would be sufficient, wouldn't it?
If that's the decision that the reporters and inquiry makes, then that would be the case, because there would be nothing more to be said.
Thank you.
And if they do, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but it's not right, in my opinion.
All right, so.
Okay, let's move on, Mr. Hardy.
Yep, thank you. So I'm just taking note. So nothing more to say, wouldn't have a problem with that. Okay, right, just a few points then. In addition, in terms of technical and operational impact, you touched on that. Of course, it's right, isn't it, that we can pick this up in CAP 764. I think that's 11008. You have that?
Yes, it's just opening up now. Yes, I have that.
And a couple of paragraphs. So it's paragraphs 1.21 and then paragraphs 2.36 and 2.37. The general point is this, that air navigation.
Until I get those paragraphs.
Okay, yep. So 11.008.
Got the document. I was just getting the paragraphs. That's fine. Thanks.
Yeah, got it. Mr. Faraday, do you have those?
I have the document that you've asked for, but
1.21 to start with.
don't have a 1.21.
That was 764.
Yes. So 1.21. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
And
says
then
providers use a remote feed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then paragraphs, the next paragraph, 2.36, 2.37. It's a general point. It's this, that air navigation service providers have to demonstrate, don't they, a negative impact on the provision of ATS operations for an objection to be well founded. So it's not just a technical impact. What there's got to be is that's got to play into a negative impact on the provision of ATS operations. That's right, isn't it?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
So a technical concern can just be a technical concern. It's got to play into how things are done.
It's a contribution to the operational risk assessment, yes.
Yes. Your report, that doesn't deal with those. It deals with technical impacts, does it? It does not address the impact on GPA operations. That's been for others. That's been for Mr. Kirkland, Mr. Smith.
Yes, my impact is the technical impact on the radar systems and the impact that the turbines will have upon them, and that feeds into their risk assessment of the operation. Yeah.
While we've got CAP 764, we've got the extant 764 open. Late in the day, the revised draft 764 was put in. Could we have a look at that, please?
Do you have a reference?
I think it's. Let me have a look.
It's 11278.
11278.
Yes.
Thank you. And page 6 of 66.
Yeah. That's the forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it talks about absolute necessity. Do you see that in relation to mitigation?
Sorry, where are you reading absolute necessity?
So in terms of, let me just find. My electronic version has stopped working. I wonder, could we just take?
It's the penultimate paragraph on page 6, I think, that Mr. Hardy's looking for, if that's helpful.
It is, albeit for some reason my document's frozen. I wonder if we could just take it. I've been going now. Whether just take a couple of minutes. I'd just like to unfreeze that, ma'am, if I may. I might have to go out of the system and come back in.
If you wish, yes.
Just take a couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
We'll just hold on.
So that's unfrozen for me now.
Okay.
So it is page 6 of 66. General provisions, and you'll see the red line version. These are the changes, and we can read both. Wind energy and aviation are important to UK national interest. Both industries of legitimate interest must be balanced carefully. Therefore, for both industries, there's a need for establishing win-win outcomes. Suitable mitigation solutions are developed and applied only where absolutely necessary. That feeds, isn't it, your technical evidence? This is the draft, but it feeds into that, doesn't it? There's got to be absolute necessity for them.
That's what the document says, yes.
Thank you. There's a reference then to paragraph 2.48, which I think Mr. Findlay took you to.
Page would that be, Mr. Hardy?
Point about micro blanking. So 2.48 is on.
This is one I took Mr. Thompson to, not
so Mr. Thompson. Yeah. It is on page 28, ma'am, 28 to 66.
Okay, thanks.
And well, it's two points really. 250. Let's have a look at that. So this is again red lined. Feasibility of being able to mitigate the effects of subsequent developments, and I think the point particularly was about introduction of A and B. So, have you read these before?
I have read them briefly, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got blanking, and then we've got micro blanking. Just as a technical point, the Terma isn't a micro blanking system, is it?
It is a blanking system. Whether you define it as micro blanking or blanking, it's a matter of measure. But the principle of the turbine, the Terma radar, is to put a blank area over a wind turbine.
Well, I don't know whether importance was being put or not. We'll see that in submissions, but whether or not paragraph A and B apply, our suggestion is that paragraph B does not apply. This is not that's a type of microprocessing which the term does not engage in, so micro blanking isn't appropriate.
No, I believe that those elements are what's actually being introduced by the Terma radar.
Okay, so you say
the description that they are in that radar that's there at the moment. Yeah.
So you say it does apply.
I believe it does. Yes.
Okay. I mean, the Terma modelling. Let's just have a look at that question then of because you've talked about black holes and whether or not that's right. The way the Terma works is it's a worst case approximation of the area where the aircraft can't be resolved from the turbines, isn't it?
That's the principle of the argument, yes.
And therefore, aircraft detections merge with the turbine detections, but the radar is still detecting in those areas. It's not a black hole.
No, that's not correct.
It's a suppression system, isn't it? It's not a black hole would suggest that you have nothing. That isn't what happens, is it, with Terma?
That's exactly what it does, yes. It puts a ring around the wind turbine and impacts within the radar, and it blanks that video from being output to the processors and to the trackers. There is no radar in that area over the turbine. It is not a case of it can process it along with wind turbines. It is taking out, and it's taken out for a very good reason, because taking it out, first of all, removes the clutter that the turbines generated in the first place. And if you don't take it out, if there is any returns from turbines in that area, it impacts how the air tracker works.
Okay, so
it's essential that they do it to make sure it works properly.
Just to be clear, the turbine detections are tracked, aren't they? So once the Terma is configured, those turbine tracks are then not outputted to the MRT. That's why it appears that the aircraft is not detected in those areas. That's a hot suppression process, isn't it?
No, that's that. So the way it was badged at the very onset was that's how they planned to do it, by tracking the turbine returns and not publishing. That was their first approach. It proved to be more difficult than it was thought to be, and the optimization that's in the radar currently today at Prestwick and at other areas that I'm aware of, they have put a circle around it where they blank it out and they don't process it.
All right. So in terms of the question, Kit, was whether or not we need to come back to this in submissions, and it is only the draft, but in terms of paragraph 250 then, A and B, which do you say is relevant, or do you say that either of those are relevant to what we've got here?
Yes, A and B are relevant.
A and B are relevant, yep.
Yeah.
And you made your point about micro blanking. Can leave that there, right.
I think the micro blanking is the more pertinent in this case, yes.
Okay. In terms of improvements, I'm almost there, Mr. Faraday. In terms of changes to Terma, we've got the extra power, but we've also got Terma changing the metrics, haven't we? And we know that from CD 11-232. So if you could just have a look at that. So this is the materials, so from Steve Thompson to Mr. Rees. And it's on the second page where we can see the second bullet point, area above wind farm where radar actually impacted. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what Terma come back to say is that we're in the process of tightening up the metrics. Okay. We used to calculate the impact area. The calculated areas are worst case scenarios. Current metrics are very conservative. Since we started using the model, introduced improvements in the radar that refines the resolution, has detection and tracking of a target where the target radio video is partially overlapping. This means that we're in the process of revising the metrics, but the methodology will be the same. So however that works, we've just had a discussion about that. They are going to tighten up that metrics, which will improve performance. That's what we're told, isn't it?
That's what they're suggesting, yes.
Do you know how far that has got? And do you know the extent to which that is going to improve or refine resolution and detection?
We've seen nothing more since this letter about that. It's not in the current upgrade that's going into the Terma Pressway. My understanding of that is that they're going to improve the metrics that does the calculation, and it may improve the situation somewhat, but it's uncertain, it's unknown. But as always, we always take the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario, I don't think will change significantly. Maybe a few meters either side of it, but I don't see that as being a massive improvement.
We don't know. I think was what you're saying.
No,
and we can see, and in the questions, the particular concern to the airport, we can see supplementary questions 1, 2, 3. Number 1, discussions irrespective of the factor of infill configuration or otherwise. Is the suggested methodology PD calculation satisfactory? And yes, however, please take into account the point made above regarding updated metrics. So their response is, well, you've got to look at, we are doing these improvements, and they think that is a relevant point. So at some point there will be a change. We just don't know how good or how big an improvement that will be. Is that fair?
That is the inference that's being made there, yes.
Okay. In terms of the sales or the agency for Terma, tell us your understanding of the relationship between Terma and NATS. So NATS are the UK agent, aren't they, for Terma?
And that's as much as I know, that they do the delivery of the systems into the UK on behalf of Terma. That's my only knowledge.
Okay. In terms of approaches, we know that the approach to the CAA first made 12th of September. Did you make or have you made a parallel approach to NATS and NATS in their position of being heavily invested in Terma? Did you make a similar parallel approach?
Not personally, but in the approach with the airport, we had a conversation with NATS about it.
Okay, when was that? Was that at the same time? Was that about the same time in September?
Can't recall the exact date, Mr. Harley. Sorry.
That hasn't, I think, seen its way in correspondence into the inquiry. Do you know whether there was a written request or a slide deck sent to NATS in the same way?
I honestly can't say for sure. We'd have to speak to Mr. Thompson about it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right, I think just check my notes for VHF. In relation to VHF, 14 dB. So we could turn to CD 1147. So that's CAT 670, the safety requirements.
Yep.
And it's page 188. It's a long document.
Yep.
I have that. And 14 dB is not a pass or fail, is it? And what we're told is that dependent upon the volume of interest as determined for any specific case, predicted CIA ratios which fall below the relevant acceptance criteria will not automatically exclude a development. So it's not black or white, is it, with 14 dB?
Well, it is. It says if it falls below there, then something needs to be done about it. It doesn't say it necessarily doesn't mean say that you can't build on it. It just says that if it fails below there, it fails the test. And that's how we read it, and that's what we're told.
It does not.
CIA agreed to.
It does not automatically exclude a development, does it?
That's what the wording says. No, but again, it's depending on what that impact actually becomes. We don't know what it is. All we have to say is it's failed the test. What do we do about it in our safety case when we do it? What is the impact? We need to find out. And as they've said, they don't fully understand it. We don't fully understand it. So it's a concern because it's an unknown. When there's unknown in the aviation environment, that's when things start to go wrong.
And again, that has to be translated into operational impacts, and that evidence, such as it is being given by others. That's not for you.
That's right.
Good. All right. That's all I want to ask you, Mr. Fido. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. I think we'll have a short break now before Mr. MacLeod starts his cross-examination, if that's all right, given that we've been going for over an hour now. So if we could take till 10:25, please. Thank you.
Just to say, I've got a couple of procedural issues to raise, nothing serious, but I should do them before you give evidence, one of which will be self-explanatory, before you start cross-examination.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. And if Mr. MacLeod would now like to start with his cross-examination.
I just raised two issues first, one of which will be fairly clear. We have a fire alarm at 11 o'clock. So if you hear that over your systems, that's what it is. It's just a test, so it should go off fairly swiftly. I thought I'd raise that before Mr. MacLeod started. The second was, and I should have raised this at the outset of the day, Mr. Kirkland yesterday was asked about who originated a document which was CD 11196. On taking instructions, although Mr. Kirkland didn't remember this yesterday, I believe he was the author, but Mr. Thompson, Mr. Smith and other members of the team also then contributed to it. I don't think that's going to make any difference to the evidence today, but I just thought I'd raise that before Mr. Fido's evidence was finished, lest either Mr. Hardy, who I could quite accept if it is an issue, may want to raise something on it, or Mr. MacLeod does. But my apologies for not raising that at the outset of today.
Okay. Thank you. And if you want to pause just for a couple of minutes when the fire alarm goes off, that probably would be helpful so that you make sure that Mr. Fido can hear any questions going to him. Mr. MacLeod?
I'll try and not sneak in anything around 11 o'clock that might.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Fido. I just wanted to pick up one point from your cross-examination with Mr. Hardy, and I'm not going to go over ground that he's covered. I'm not going to touch on buffer zones with you. That's all without prejudice to my client's position, but Mr. Hardy has asked a number of questions, and I think I don't need to go further at this stage. One question I did want to come back to was what you'd said about the 90% requirement. And I think I have you noted broadly as saying it was the airport's decision to seek 90 based on the requirements it set for the system. Do you remember giving an answer to that general effect?
Good morning, Mr. MacLeod. Sorry, what do you mean by except for the system?
Well, I don't know. That was what I have you noted as saying is it was the airport's decision based on the requirements it set for the system, and that was related to the 90% requirement, as I understood it.
Well, I'm not fully sure of.
All right, let's
that word. I'm sorry. It's just.
I'll tell you what. Let's take it a different way. It's we'll just take it a different way. Is it your position that the Terma does not meet the requirement for which it was procured by the airport?
It's my position that when the Terma is implemented and it was procured for mitigating wind turbines and primarily the clutter issues that were predominant at the time when these things were procured many years ago, the full understanding of other impacts that turbines have on radars was clearly not understood. And during our process, we have discovered that to achieve the removal of the clutter with the Terma radar has left some other degrading effects by the way in which it does it. And what we've had to do is look at those effects and see what they mean. And what they mean is that in areas where there's turbines, there are areas where there's no detections. And this is a matter of something which has evolved both within the radar and within our understanding of how it works in this particular environment and how they've applied the optimization, if you want, within the radar to achieve the successful removal of that clutter without that remaining clutter having an impact on what's left behind in terms of the tracking of aircraft. It's a process that's involved both within Terma and within how it's optimized. And as Mr. Hardy said earlier, and he talked about tracking the turbines to stop them being published. That is one method that was within that system. And in certain environments, it doesn't necessarily work as well as doing the blanking that they're doing at the moment with the pressure curve system. Now, the other method that you talked about has been proven to be successful on offshore areas. And the reason for that is there isn't any other external influences that might impact that processing. On the onshore, where there's terrain issues and other issues that may impact that, this has been determined to be the optimum way of dealing with it. And so these have evolved from that process of learning and understanding the different environments that the radar works in. And as is always the case, all radars are tested and modelled by manufacturers within a pure, clean environment. And the reality is, until it gets out into the operating environment, it's very rare that they can guarantee what it's going to do until you do it. And this process of testing it, analyse it, understanding it and working it all out is all part of the process of understanding how well it will do what it's supposed to do when it does it. And the point of the airport is it does it very, very well, but there is still a residual impact, which is raising a different concern from the clutter because it wasn't understood what it was before. And that is just the position, and that's just the mechanics of how radar works and how this process works to determine this particular case. The same issues would be in any other radar. The difference being is the accuracy of the radars.
I'm sorry to cut in there. I had hoped that over the space of the last couple of minutes, you might have answered my question. It seems that you may not be about to answer the question, so I'm going to put it again because nothing that you said there is an answer to the question. So I'm going to repeat it. The question is it your position that the TERMA does not meet the requirement for which it was procured? Yes or no?
Because of what we found, it doesn't fully achieve everything that we thought it was going to do at the time.
And you have, so actually, just to be very clear, you say it does not meet the requirement for which it was procured.
You said was it doesn't fully achieve, which is a different.
Mr. Finlay, I'm sorry, please don't do me the courtesy of not interrupting. I'm asking your witness a question. If you have points to pick up in re-examination, you can do so, but I'm entitled to an answer to my question. And the question is, to be absolutely clear, do you say, Mr. Fido, that the TERMA radar, shortly to be commissioned, does not meet the requirement for which it was procured? Yes or no?
It doesn't meet the requirement over the wind farms, as I've said, because of the residual impacts that have been uncovered since, and it doesn't meet the full requirement of what it was intended to do, in my opinion.
And do TERMA agree with you in relation to that?
Why would they?
Well,
I can't say
no.
I can't say what TERMA say or don't say. Of course, they wouldn't agree with me because they're selling the radar. Other people won't agree with me because they've got it as well, and it has implications. I understand that. We understand that, but it doesn't mean that I shouldn't bring those points to bear, because as a chartered engineer, that is what I do. I'm unbiased and unconditioned. It is what I've understood and seen from it. And if somebody puts something else on the table that proves that wrong, then I can accept that. But at the moment, there isn't.
Your modelling approach is unique, I think we've heard from answers to questions earlier. Is that fair?
I don't think anybody's ever considered it in the same way that I do, no, but I've considered it in the way that the metrics of the radar tell me that that's how it's going to work. And that's what that model is based upon, how the radar works, not on some other made up number.
So it is unique.
Well, nobody else is doing it. Of course, that's why we're here, isn't it?
Indeed. You mentioned during your lengthy first answer that ultimately it was important to consider the operating environment, and I understood that what you were talking about was what happened in the real world. Is that fair?
In the real world, I'm talking about the operating environment of the radar in terms of terrain, the atmosphere, trees, sea, that sort of thing. Yes, so that's what I mean by the real world.
Yeah, I see. Could I ask you please to have a look at document CD 11.73?
Yes, I have that.
Just check the reporters have that as well.
Yes, yeah.
So this is a document produced by Terma, relates to the scanner 4002, which is the radar that we're discussing today. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to turn to page 3 of 4,
Yes.
you see the heading proven and reliable.
Yes.
Most of the world's large ports and airports are already relying on Terma, given our 60 years of experience in detecting very small land, sea and air targets in extreme weather and sea conditions. And then the important bit, the Scanter 4002 is operational in several international airports, providing reliable air surveillance in areas with severe wind farm clutter.
Yes, that's
You present no evidence to counter that claim from Terma, do you?
I can't counter that claim. That's their claim. I'm only presenting what I see as how the way of work in our environment.
Well, what you're presenting is a unique modelling position. What we're now talking about, we'll come back to your modelling in a second, don't worry. But what we're talking about now is the real world position. Terma tell us that the Scanter 4002 is proven, reliable, operating successfully, providing reliable air surveillance in areas with severe wind farm clutter. If that statement was untrue, one would expect to find literature to the effect, wouldn't?
If that was the case and people had understood it and they'd found something different, then yes, I would expect somebody to have raised some questions, yes. But also we have to consider, as you say, they're all different working environments with all different operational environments and all different configurations in all different ways, and they'll all behave in different ways, and it all depends on how they're using it as well.
The basics of radar operation are the same regardless of where they are, aren't they?
Not exactly, no. The environment changes. The environment can have an impact on how they perform.
Well, of course it can, but the basics of radar operation are the same. And what we have here is evidence that it's in operation in several international airports, and there is no evidence of any problem with it in practice, is there?
There's no evidence been provided.
Well, have you looked for any evidence, Mr. Fido?
Sorry, say that again?
Have you looked for any evidence of it not operating in practice or operating well in practice?
Yes, I have.
And you found none?
No, I have found some.
Well, you've not presented any to this inquiry.
The only things that I can present to this inquiry are relevant to the airport and my work with the airport on this particular system. Where I've worked on this system in other environments, they're under confidentiality agreements, and I can't report on those, and I can't present them to this inquiry. But I have seen, as you know, the Edinburgh trial document, which was being protected from for commercial reasons. I have seen that document in the past, and I know the results of it. And I've seen many documents like that, which I'm not permitted to speak to within this report. But I have physically seen the impacts that I've described in environments over wind farms. I've seen the effects that we've talked about.
Well, this is slightly awkward territory, Mr. Fido, because you're alluding to evidence which you're saying that you're not permitted to disclose. Are you even permitted to disclose the existence of the issues that you allude to possibly having occurred? Are you breaching your confidentiality agreement even by talking about it?
No, because you asked me if I'd seen it, and I said I've seen it. I haven't done any
Oh, no.
chat about it at all. You asked me if I'd seen it. I've seen it. In the context of where this is not relevant, I've seen it, and that's all. That was the answer to the question. You asked me if I'd seen it, and I said yes.
Well, there were a number of questions I asked you, one of which was, is there any literature presented to this inquiry, in fact, any literature generally, peer-reviewed literature or anything of the kind, that demonstrates the problems that you are talking about, that you're presented to this inquiry?
I do have concerns about Mr. MacLeod's line of cross-examination, given his own expert, his own expert accepted that Mr. Fido's methodology was valid, acceptable, and reasonable. Now, Mr. MacLeod seems to be putting a different case from his expert, and that is certainly confusing me. And in my submission, it's not a matter that he's entitled to do with respect. He has led evidence which has led in which his own expert has agreed that this methodology is those three things I've outlined, and it's not for him to try and undermine his expert by cross-examining Mr. Fido.
Well,
Mr. MacLeod, have you got a specific question for Mr. Fido?
I think I've probably covered where we've got to on this point. To be clear, we weren't talking about the methodology yet. We will be talking about the methodology shortly, and I am perfectly entitled to ask Mr. Fido questions on that because my witnesses have set out their position in their inquiry reports. Now, I'm content to leave where we are at the moment, where we've been talking about the real world examples, and to move now on to the modelling, and that is important. And I do hope that I'm allowed to ask the questions without further interruption, unless by you, of course.
I will interrupt Mr. MacLeod if he breaks the rules of cross-examination, but not otherwise.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. MacLeod, proceed.
Thank you. Let's go to the methodology, please, Mr. Fido. And if we could start briefly by looking at the CAA's written submission of 2nd February, which is CD 16.118.
Yes, let's excuse me.
Yeah, it's a very brief point, and it's really just to put it in context, or what we're about to discuss in context. You see at the top of page 5 of 6, you see the CAA's response to question A from the reporters, and it says the probability of detection calculation methodology was outlined to the CAA on 10th November 2023 in a virtual briefing by Glasgow Prestwick Airport. You were aware of that because you were at that meeting, weren't you?
That's correct.
And if we turn briefly to the minutes of that meeting, which is CD 11.221,
I'll have that.
page 3 of 8, bottom of that page, do you see a heading General Discussions?
Yes.
And it says there, bullet point, DF, that's you, shared his presentation, attached a minute, which covered 1, the appropriate methodology for calculating PD over a wind farm, both at modelling stage and flight trial stage.
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, I'd like to look at what you actually showed the CA at that point. And for that, we need to go to document CD 11.255.
From 5, was that? Sorry.
It was, yes.
Yeah. Yes, I have that now.
If you could go to page 7, please.
Yes.
Step 3, calculate precise wind farm area. And you'll see number 1, which explains the approach that's taken. Draw a polygon whose boundary is defined by the points that mark star, the extent of the outer WTG. That's just wind turbine, isn't it?
Wind turbine generator, that means, yeah.
Wind turbine generator impacted volume areas in azimuth or range. So in essence, what you've done is you've looked at the impacted area using terma calculation. You've then taken the outer points of that, and it's what's described elsewhere as the elastic band method. Yes?
Some people have termed it as that. Yes, I've always termed it as a polygon.
Yeah, okay. I want to just look at a couple of examples of how you've done it, and apologies getting right into the detail of it. But if you go to the figure to the right, you see the word Afton at the top of the polygon.
That's right, yeah.
Now we can see the outer, just above Afton, you can see the outer point of the wind farm area. You can then move 1 below that, again, outer point, 1 below that, excuse me, 1 below that, outer point again. And then if you look below that, you'll see that there is a wind turbine which is cut in, if you like. It's a bit further over. And in that case, you do not bring the boundary in to meet that polygon. Instead, you continue to the next polygon, which is on the outer edge of the wind farm, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we look on the other side of the polygon, you can see the same sort of approach. Take that, that last turbine that we were talking about. That one doesn't quite reach the edge of the boundary on the other side. But again, you don't cut in to meet the southwestern edge, if you like, of that polygon. You continue. Yeah. You look at the outermost turbines. Yes.
Yes.
Next, can we go to your inquiry report, which is CD 11.259. Thank you.
Yes.
And a couple of questions about that. Start with paragraph 29, please.
Yeah.
You say there the wind farm area provided below represent the final results derived from the airport's safeguarding process. What do you mean by the airport's safeguarding process?
Well, I believe that's Mr. Thompson's process in looking at the wind farms and how they impact on the radar. So it's just a small part of that process, and this is part of that process.
The wind farm area, which is shown below, if I'm understanding correctly, is what we see in figure 4, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, paragraph 30, what you describe there in the final sentence, you say the polygon is drawn around the outside of the individual wind turbines calculated in step 2 and mapped in the suitable platforms such as Google Earth. That's the same language that you used when you were explaining your proposed approach to the CAA, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. Then figure 4, that's the wind farm polygon defined for Carrick, and is drawn around the 12 individual turbines for which there's no detection, as it's explained in paragraph 33.
Yes.
Did you draw that figure?
Yes, I drew that roughly on Google Earth. I don't have the mechanics to do it precisely, but it's there as a representation of what it would look like. Yes.
Can you recall when you first drew that figure?
I can't recall exactly when I drew it. No.
Would it have been, if I put it in some sort of context, would it have been before the CAA meeting in November, or would it have been in preparation for the written submissions in February to the inquiry?
It would have been somewhere in between those, but this is a combination of things which was coming from stuff that the airport were doing within their internal processes and within the reports. So there would be a contribution from the airport as well as myself on this one. But this was done and presented for me, and for my purposes, for my report.
Now, again, just to look at a couple of detailed points, you see the bottom right-hand corner of figure 4.
Yes.
You've got the bottommost turbine, easy to see where the extremity of the wind farm is at that point. It then moves in a northeasterly direction to the next turbine above it. You see that?
Yes.
But it doesn't cut in to the turbine slightly to the west, does it?
That's correct.
And the reason that it doesn't cut in there is because there's the possibility that airplanes might fly over that part of the wind farm, isn't it?
Yes, they might fly over that part of the wind farm, but that's not really the exact reason of drawing that polygon as it is. It's drawn to give, if you like, an indication of what the area is. There was no intention to make it precisely as you're trying to describe it, because in doing so, it would make it, in fact, a reduced PD, because the area would be smaller. So it was a conservative area that goes around the outside so that we could judge what the impact might be. So it's not intended to cut in and hide things. It's just there to give an indication of where the area is and what the overall impact might be. And in fact, if we did draw it precisely as you suggested, the result of that analysis would be a further reduction in the PD. But by doing it, we've given a cautious approach, which gives us a reasonable indication that there is a reduction in PD, and in fact errs on the positive side for the developer, because it wouldn't be such a great reduction. If we drew it precisely as we see it, then it may have a different outcome, which might be even worse potentially. So it's drawn to give an indication of where the problem is and how they relate to each other. And the calculation that's within it is to indicate the likelihood of there to be a reduction in PD.
So that's drawn, that figure is drawn to give an indication of where the problem might be.
Pretty much, yeah. The precise areas have been drawn by the airport with the tools that they have to do it more precisely than I can do it.
So did the airport draw this, or did you draw that?
No, I drew that. I think the polygons themselves, I think, were drawn by the airport and provided to me in a KML file from Google Earth.
Which polygons? This one or others?
No, the red ones inside, which represent where the turbines are. Those polygons were drawn by the airport.
Apologies, we're mixing our polygons. So
yeah,
you're talking about
I'm just talking about the outer polygon, which I drew around the airport's polygons for the turbines. Yes.
I understand. So you drew the outer polygon. I'll tell you what. Let's just call it the wind farm area, shall we? Just to avoid.
Yeah. Let's call it the farm area. Yeah.
So you drew the wind farm area. We agreed that it's an area with which you needed to be, I was going to say concerned, interested, put it neutrally, because there is the possibility planes would fly above one turbine, cross an area, fly over another turbine. You'd want to understand how the radar performed in that area, wouldn't you?
That's the principle. Yes, that's correct.
And on the left-hand side of figure 4, again, same question really. We can see the boundary of the wind farm area proceeding from the edge of one polygon to another. Those are the outer limits of the wind farm area. And it's important to understand how the radar operates in there, because an airplane might overfly that area.
That's correct. Yes, they might well do. Yeah. They can, that polygon's not a no-fly zone. It's just an area that shows where the wind farm is.
Indeed.
The airplanes can fly anywhere in that, all around it, or in front and behind and either side of it. Yes, of course they can.
Now, the effect of using that approach can be seen in paragraph 37, where you do your calculation.
Yes.
So the measured wind farm area polygon that we've just looked at there is, fourth bullet point down, I think, 6,326,033 square meters.
That's correct.
Turbine areas set out above. Those are the airport's polygons that you described. It's then a simple ratio, isn't it? And we get to 89.7 if the underlying PD was 100%.
Yep.
Right. Now, Mr. Hardy has taken you to the document already. You'll recall the.
I apologise to interrupt Mr. MacLeod, but I hope it's the intention of being helpful to him. Both he and the witness, I don't know whether he has, but overlooked that the witness issued a correction in respect to that paragraph.
Coming to that, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Finlay. I don't need it at the moment.
That's good.
If we could come to the exchange of emails with Terma, CD 11.232.
You say?
232, yeah. And you touched on this with Mr. Hardy already. And it's a simple point. It's the top of page 2. 2. You got that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Top of page 2.
Is that a link to, or is that email to?
I think it's the same thing, or I hope it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. It says days of work Monday to Friday.
That's not what I want to ask you about. If you think that's maybe the covering email, and actually you've reminded me, because I think this was updated, wasn't it, because of the format?
Yes.
So let me just get that up. Right, here we go. So yes, we don't want to ask about the days of work. If you go on to page 3, bottom of page 3.
Yeah, okay, and that on mine is marked as page 1 of the email.
Yes.
It starts with, as promised after our call yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
So glad we got there. The second bullet point, area above wind farm where radar actually impacted. So that's the airport polygon that we were talking about a minute or two ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Mr. Rees from Terma says, please note we are in the process of tightening up the metrics we use to calculate the impact area. Calculated areas are worst case scenarios, and current metrics are not just conservative, very conservative. Words no doubt chosen carefully.
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah. So on any measure, if one
Oh, let's just pause for a minute. Is that it?
No, I think Mr. Finley's muted himself. Or
All right.
everybody. We're good to go again? Yeah.
We're good to go.
So I think you gave a very fair answer to Mr. Hardy. You said you don't know, or part of your answer was very fair anyway. You said you don't know what the difference would be. I'm assuming that's because you've not discussed it with Terma. You've not asked them how conservative is very conservative and what a revised polygon size might look like.
There's two aspects to the statement, in fact, that probably need to consider, is that what they're talking about is the resolution calculation, which determines the size of the black hole, which is set as it was based on the worst case scenario to ensure that a physical size of a wind turbine coupled with the resolution capability of the radar was sufficient to ensure that there was no output from the turbine on the radar, which would then interfere with the other process which it relies upon, which is why it was stated the way it was. And it's also stated in two ways, one which is for a smaller turbine versus a larger turbine, because clearly a larger turbine was going to give you a bigger return, which would make a bigger area that needs to be changed. What they're saying is that they're going to change those metrics or adjust those or consider those metrics to try and get an improved position, but it will be a more accurate position, not necessarily worst case. Now, what the impact might be is that polygon over an individual wind turbine is slightly smaller, but that will also make the area of the wind farm also smaller, which is a good thing because the area is not so big. But it will also equate to that the PD will be a reduction in the same value as it was before in terms of a reduction factor, because the two were smaller together. So although it looks like it's a massive improvement, the overall difference is negligible, and the problem still persists. It's just over a smaller area, depending on the size of the turbine. Where it might also help is depending on the density of the wind farm, i.e. how many turbines there are within the wind farm, how close they are to each other, how big they are, and how far away they are from the radar or not. And in those cases, all those things are going to change what that overall assessment is. But the likelihood is that the overall PD reduction factor is unlikely to change by any significant amount.
So
that's all I can really sort of calculate from that based on the facts that I know.
Yeah. Just to understand why they are tightening up the metrics. Taking it short, that second sentence is basically saying our real world experience shows that things are not as bad as what we thought the worst case might be.
You could take that suggestion from the statement, yes. But, we have no other evidence from that at the moment. That's all that he said in response to what we said. Yeah.
Mr. Hardy referred you to paragraph 1 or question 1, and that's on the next page down, where Mr. Thompson says, in particular, we appreciate if you could revert on the 3 supplementary questions below. Question 1, from our discussion, irrespective of the factor of infill, configuration or otherwise, is the airport suggested methodology of PD calculation satisfactory using the thermometrics and the elastic band around the extents of the wind farm? See attached PDF slides. Can you please have a look at page 13, just to see what he was talking about when he talked about the elastic band?
Is that electric 13?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
And we can see the polygon there, and again, just use the terminology I think I've used. It doesn't cut in, does it? So if you look at the polygon area in the bottom right, just above D.
Yes, I know this diagram, and it doesn't cut in as you've been describing earlier, and the impact of cutting in would make the PD reduction factor even greater. So it is a conservative area around the turbines. But in terms of a presentation, this is not a precise drawing. This is just a representative to indicate how the methodology works, how the calculations are, and how we draw a polygon. It's not a true representative of any real world situation in this case.
But I think that we were agreed in principle that for example, the area between the bottom right polygon there and the top right polygon, you would want to understand how your radar was performing there, because airplanes would potentially overfly that.
Yes, and that's the whole point of doing the tests afterwards when they're in place, to see what you've got within there, and recognizing that these polygons within it, which are the turbine polygons, are going to impact that overall result when the airplanes land within them. The area is there to give an indication, a model of what it's supposed to be. Until it's actually there, you don't know for sure. But it's a very good and almost realistic model, because we have the actual metrics provided by the manufacturer of how the radar works. The drawing of the area around the wind farms is going to change depending on the set out of the wind farm turbines within any particular wind farm, and they're all different, as we can see on the scope that Mr. Thompson's provided to us. And so this is just indicating that this is what we think is a wind farm area where there's an impact from the turbines. There's areas within that where there's no impact as well, and that's accepted. And if we did draw it precisely, then we'd come up with something completely different. But at the end of the day, it's when it's tested in operation, when the wind turbines are actually there, that we prove whether this is correct or not. And until we do that, we don't fully know. But that model is a very good indication of what's going to happen, and it's as precise as it can be with what we have today.
So that model, i.e. the one that we just looked at there, the elastic band, as an example.
Yeah, so if you look outside the elastic band, you won't see any wind turbine volumes. There won't be any turbines outside there. So anything beyond that line has no impact on the radar. And so it's just not sensible to include any areas around the outside of that which may impact it, because they won't, because there's nothing there to impact it.
But anything within that elastic band would be sensible to include.
Anything within that elastic band will have an impact, yes.
Yes. I was clear at the beginning of the cross-examination, I'm not going over stuff outside the wind farm, because I don't want to go over old ground. And I just want to make that point very clear. I'd like you next to look at document CD 16.117, which is the airport's written submission to this inquiry.
Sorry, can you give me the reference again, Mr. McLeod?
Certainly can. 16.117.
Sorry, forgive me, was that CD 16.117?
It was, yes.
And that's the written submission on behalf of Glasgow Airport, yes?
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
So if you go,
just a moment.
sure thing.
Yeah, no, I have it now.
If you go to page 4 of that document,
Yes.
you'll see paragraph 11, model for calculating the term reduction factors, 3 stages.
Yeah.
We've covered some of this already, but again, I just want to focus on stage 2 at this stage. Stage 2 calculates the whole wind farm area. This is done by drawing a polygon around the wind turbines that are at the outer boundary of the wind farm. The outer boundary is mapped using the points on the outer edges of the individual wind turbine polygons. The area of the wind polygon is then calculated. So agree with that methodology. Again, it's the elastic band method.
Effectively, that's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah. Paragraph 12 then explains that. Diagram 2 of the appendix shows stages 1 and 2 Afton wind farm, and that's shown as, that is shown in on page 14 of 23.
Yeah.
And it's a figure that we've looked at already. It's the same figure that you showed the CAA in November, isn't it?
There's one on the left-hand side, yes.
Yes. That's the, yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. Now, what I'd like to do next, if we go into appendix item 3, which is on page 15.
Yeah, I have that.
You'll see the Carrick wind farm identified there. And it's the same boundary as in figure 4 of your inquiry report, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And at that point in time, it was showing 89.7%. We've established that already. But if you go over the page to what's described as scenario 1, page 16, we can see a different approach being taken to Carrick, can't we?
No, I think the error here is that when it was first drawn, there was an error in the calculation, and then it was put right, or it was mistyped in there when it was put in as the figure, and it was corrected. And I don't know why, but within that document, both of those pictures were put in, and the one that was supposed to be removed wasn't. But this second one is the result of the airport's more accurate definition of the polygons and the wind farm areas for each one. And in my report, the results I used were extracted from the Excel spreadsheet that was given to me by the airport when I redid my report, which was after this was generated. And it, for some reason, it had the old data in there, not the current data from something that was done in the past. And I think that was the context of my letter that I presented to the reporters to explain.
Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Firstly, who drew the wind farm area that we now see on appendix 4, scenario 1, page 16 of 23? Who drew the Carrick wind farm area?
This is the output from the airport.
The airport drew that?
Yes.
The airport draw that before or after you knew that the results of the earlier exercise gave an output of 89.7%?
No, I think if you look at I can't remember the chronological order of the two, but I think the first one was drawn based on, if I recall, and I can't be precise, based on how we did it in the first instance. And then I think there was a comment from the applicant that said that we hadn't done it properly. And it was then taken back and looked at once again. And the second diagram was the result of that refining of the wind farm area to accommodate the applicant's query on it.
I'm not sure that's quite, I mean, it's your evidence, but the first time that the applicant saw any of this was when it was issued to the DPA towards the end of February of this year.
Sorry, when I talked about the applicant's comments, I was talking about the applicant's comments, which you've just taken me through on the Afton wind farm and how we drew the polygon, and the comments that we'd missed out the points as you'd suggested. And so we then, the airport then redrew this based on the comments on that Afton drawing to include those comments that they put to them. And the result is, as I said to you at that point, if we do that and we don't take the conservative view, the PD will reduce because the wind farm area reduces. And that's just simple mathematics. So that's why it happened, because the airport then went back and said, okay, we will refine our polygons to meet what the comments that we've received from your applicants.
Oh,
it's my understanding of what happened.
Okay, I appreciate that. You'll also appreciate this is the first time that we're hearing any of this, Mr. Fido, and that it's not the basis on which you presented a methodology to the CAA, is it?
It's precisely that. It's just it's just like I said, it's a more refined and accurate version of it, but it's the same principle. It's exactly the same function. You go around the edges of the wind turbines, and that defines the wind farm area. It's not the process of the model hasn't changed. It's just how accurate you define that wind farm area. And as you've alluded to in your previous, is that there's areas where we could have made it tighter, and that's exactly what the airport has done based on that. And the end result is that you get something different.
I thought what we'd agreed, Mr. Fido, and the reporters can check their notes, but I thought that what we'd agreed was that take the bottom right-hand corner of the Carrick wind farm shown on page 16 of 23. I thought what we'd agreed was that there was a possibility that an airplane might overfly that area, and that it would be important to understand how the radar was operating in that part of the world, as it were.
Oh, this is true, and it's because it's within the polygon area. It's not because of any particular magic reason, but anywhere within that area, you need to understand how the radar's performing, just like every other radar.
Why on earth then, if it's an area that's of interest, again, to put it neutrally, why on earth would one exclude it from the boundary of the calculation?
Because the model draws, if you want the elastic band, or as Mr. Inglis put it, the dot to dot around the outside of those wind turbine polygons, that is the accurate result that you would get. And that is the implication of what happens. What we did in the first instance was a reasonable approximation with a conservative view that gives us an indication of what it's going to do without being too prescriptive or too tight, which makes it difficult for your applicants to have a result that might or may not work. And then we can decide what needs to be done further to improve upon it afterwards. And you have to draw, pardon the pun, you have to draw the line somewhere on how you do this. And I think it's a fair and reasonable approach, which is in everybody's interest to find out what's going on there and see what the actual impact is, so we can do something with it if we need to.
Well, what you told the CAA was that the elastic, that let's get our terminology right for a start. The elastic band method is what you showed the CAA and what was put to TERMA. It covers the outer limits of the wind farm, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes, based on where those turbines lie within that wind farm area, yes.
The dot to dot method excludes areas within the elastic band because it cuts in. It goes to other turbines that are within the boundary of the wind farm?
So the description of how we draw the polygon is the outer limits or points of the wind turbine polygons that are generated by the radar to define an area around the outlier bits. Where that is a matter of no consequence, so long as it's outside of those wind farms. The point of doing that is to exclude anything outside of that area, which is not of interest in terms of the wind farms. Anything outside of that, the radar is going to perform very well, thank you very much. But within the wind farm, this is where the impact is. And the question is, what is the impact of the wind farm? Not what is the impact of the area outside the wind farm. And so yes, nobody's defined what a wind farm area is precisely up until this point. And that's all that we're trying to do, is define what a wind farm area should be, and so that we can do a reasonable method of calculating what the reduction is. And if we go back to the turbo documentations that you've seen before in the past, they, when they first did their analysis and put their results out, didn't have any other thing but what they flew through the wind farm, and in fact they showed PD reductions as well. So I'm not quite sure where you want to go with this.
That's good news from my point of view. Can you look please at the Hadyard Hill wind farm as shown on that that figure? And yeah, you'll see that. Do you see the two turbines below the words Hadyard Hill, just to the left of those?
Yes, I do.
Now, the boundary from there does not cut in to a wind farm, a wind turbine that's within the overall grouping of wind turbines. It goes to the next wind turbine that's on the edge of the wind farm, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And it's drawn around to give an area around the wind farm so that we can do a calculation. If we took that to be more precise, as you're suggesting that we should do, what we would probably do is cut that into two and make that as two individual wind farms and do an assessment on each one individually. But by being a broader and more conservative approach, it gives us an indication of the overall impact of that whole wind farm without needing to do all that precise drawings around each one. And in fact, we could take those two out and put a little area around those, and the PD would probably be at 50% because the whole of it's taken up by the two turbines. But we've chosen not to be that tightly prescriptive, otherwise it will make it even more difficult for say, as it passed or hasn't it passed. We're trying to be as reasonable as we can to show that there is an impact, and this is what the impact's likely to be over this area. And that is what the model is showing.
It would be artificial to remove those two turbines and treat them separately, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be. There'd be no point because it's part of that wind farm. But because of the way the terma is and the accuracy of it, as you clearly pointed out, you could draw them as different wind farm areas because of where they are situated in location with it.
What we're interested in here is the way in which the wind farm operates in reality and how planes will be detected as they fly over it. Are we agreed on that?
That's the principle, yes. Well, will they be detected or will they not be detected? And if they're not detected, how often are they not detected?
See again, just to go back briefly, and I don't want to prolong this any longer than we have, but just go back briefly to the Carrick wind farm as shown. You see the figure 87% PD appears twice. If you look at the left-hand one there, you see that?
Yes, I think that was just I can only assume that's a typo in there. I don't know why it's in there twice, but that is just for the Carrick wind farm as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, no, I'm not. There's no criticism of that. It's more just for orientation. Just underneath the left-hand 87%, again, we see the boundary of that cutting in severely. That's not a real world approach to life, is it? Because airplanes could very well fly over that area that has now been cut out of the calculation, couldn't they?
Yes, it could do. Yes, of course it could do.
Yeah.
And that's what that is the whole point of drawing the area around it, so that you've got something to measure against. It's not about drawing a massive area around it. It's about drawing an area around the wind farm to give us a clue about where these impacts are likely to occur, and we can see what the overall impact is across the whole of the wind farm.
Can we agree that the approach to defining the boundary for Carrick Wind Farm is inconsistent with the approach on the same diagram for Hadyard Hill?
I'm not sure I agree entirely with that one.
Well, we've looked at one example in the bottom left-hand corner. If you compare that to the approach the bottom right-hand corner, beg your pardon. The bottom right-hand corner of Hadyard Hill, the approach taken is different to the approach taken in relation to Carrick. In Carrick, you cut in Hadyard Hill, you do not. Agreed?
I'm agreed with that, yes.
On the left-hand side of Hadyard Hill, you can see a number of polygons stretching to the outer edge of the wind farm area. The wind farm area does not then cut in. It proceeds in a northeasterly direction to the outermost polygon, just above the 85%. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
That is a different approach to what has been taken on the west of Carrick, underneath the 87% PD that we just discussed, isn't it?
It is slightly different, yes, and I agree with what you're saying. However, if we did the same approach on Hadyard Hill that they did on Carrick, that PD would be much less as well.
Well, indeed, and you know, one could take an approach where one joins the dots all over the place, but the reality is that wouldn't be a real-world, realistic assessment of radar performance, would it?
Yes, I think it would actually.
It would.
Yes, of course it would. Yes, because that's where the impacts are within where those turbines are and how they are spaced and related to each other. That's where the impact is, not outside of that.
Well, if we bring it down to absolute basics, if you were to simply consider each turbine in isolation, the PD above each of them would be zero, wouldn't it?
That's absolutely correct, yes. And that's what is referred to in the CAT 764 as microblanking.
And there would be no particular benefit to anybody in understanding the PD above the individual turbine, because we always know it's going to be zero, wouldn't we?
That's correct.
The issue is understanding the real world relevance of this. Agreed?
Precisely, yes. The overall, all the wind farms. If it was one turbine on its own, we wouldn't be worried about it. It doesn't pose us any sort of issue or risk, because there's more than one turbine there. It generates a larger area of no detections, and so we have to understand what the impact of those no detections are on the radar as it works. And the reduction in P impacts how the radar works outside of the detections and the other things that it does to mitigate the wind farms. And if it's not doing it as well as it should do, then it's going to have other impacts that then need to be sorted out as well. So it is a real world assessment of what's going on, looking at everything that's being impacted by it. And that is the premises of testing a radar to see how it works, is if there's areas of interest that cause you concern, you investigate how they perform. And that was brought to us in the ICAO testing document. And that's how we do it. We fly over the area and we probe it and we test it until we find out how it's going to work properly. And that's what will happen with all of these wind farms. They will be tested thoroughly to see how well they perform.
Yeah, but again,
the case might be.
Just to use the bit under the 87, the left-hand 87% as an example. Any flight trial is going to consider that area, isn't it? It would have to.
Yes, of course it will.
But you've excluded it from your calculation. Or sorry, the airport has excluded it from the calculation. That's correct, isn't it?
That sector's been excluded from that calculation in that particular instance, yes.
By the airport, not by you.
By the airport, yes.
Who at the airport told you that they were, or who at the airport made the change?
You have to address that to Mr. Thompson.
Well, were you party to any discussions about changing the boundary?
So if my recollection is correct, we received the comments about the Afton radar boundary, and following that, these adjustments were made.
By who?
The airport.
Well, the airport is an organisation. Individuals work within it. Who within the organisation suggested or made the changes?
You would have to speak to Mr. Thompson. There are people within the airport who might have done that. I'm not willing to name names at this point because they may or may not be part of this inquiry at this moment in time.
So you know who was involved in the process?
Also, I know who was involved. But I'm not willing to name names at this point. It's not. I don't think that's appropriate. I think Mr. Thompson should answer that question, not me.
Well, I'm asking you as an expert in terms of your involvement in the process and who was involved in changing the position that you put forward. And it is relevant to understand who told you to make the changes, if that is in fact what you did.
Nobody told me to make any changes. The applicant commented on how it was drawn in the first instance, and as a result of that, the airport did a review and decided that that's how they would then do it, based on the comments that were received. And that's what they ended up with. But at the end of the day, it's still a boundary around the wind farm. It's still the wind farm area, and it's still the area where the turbines are occupying and impacting the radar. That is not in any question at all, and that is not going to change anything much at all, apart from a modelling figure, which is nothing until it's tested.
Well, with respect, Mr. Fido, you say it won't change, or the change will be nothing at all. You describe in your letter of 18th April, which we'll come to in a second, the fact that this was no more than a clerical error. Do you accept that the difference in the wind farm boundaries between the one that you put forward and the one that the airport, somebody at the airport, now puts forward at this inquiry, the difference is 1.2 million, is more than 1.2 million square metres?
As I said in my report, my drawing of the polygon was an estimation and not accurate. And what the airport produced is the accurate result, the final result, based on doing it with the proper tools. I don't have those tools. So my drawings were estimated to give an indication for the purposes of the inquiry. But the airport has then gone on and refined that to make it as accurate as they can make it and as sensible as they can make it. So it gives them an indication of what is actually going on.
We may be talking about a slightly, or we may be talking slightly cross purposes for this point. But the figure that you set out in figure 4, you were comfortable with because it took into account areas where planes would fly. It was relevant to the operation of the area. That's why you drew the figure the way you drew it. The effect of, if you let me finish the question, and you can tell me if you disagree with the premise of it in a moment. But the question is, my understanding is that's why you drew the figure the way that you drew it. Changes were made to that figure. Do you accept that the effect of those changes was to reduce the area by 1.23 million square metres?
The drawing of it isn't the intention to reduce the area. The drawing of it was to correctly map the outside based on the comments that were received. The calculation that I made in mine wasn't a calculation on that area. It was the figure that was provided to me by the airport, which turned out to be the wrong figure based on this calculation, and it should have been this figure in the first instance. And that was the content of the letter that I submitted to say where that error had come into my report. The area that's drawn in my report isn't necessarily the data that's within there. It's generated from the accurate data that the airport has provided to me to support that. The drawing is just representative of the purpose of the report.
Can we be clear, and can we please have a look at your letter of 18th April now? And I'm afraid I don't think it has a document number, but you'll you'll presumably have it, and the reporters will as well.
If it hasn't got a CD reference, I won't have a copy of it at the moment.
You issued it on Thursday by way of apology for the clerical error as you described it.
I did.
If you don't have it to hand, then perhaps somebody could pass it to you.
Getting that arranged.
Is it the email or the attachment that we're looking at?
I think it's the attachment. There's a letter on osprey-headed notepaper addressed to the reporters.
Yes.
Okay. I have that now, Mr. Clow.
Thank you. So paragraph 3, if you look at background and then 2 paragraphs below that, you say, working with the airport, I worked on a revised area for the Carrick wind farm, 5.095 million square metres, being the area shown in appendix item 4. Excuse me. So appendix item 4 is what we've just been looking at, I think.
Yes.
So the area that's shown there, with the cut-ins that we've talked about, that equates to 5.095 million square metres. Is that right?
I believe that's the precise, yes.
Yeah. And the figure, if you go down to updated report, you say, I have stated at paragraph 37 of my updated report, the measured wind farm polygon is 6.32 million square metres. That's figure 4, yes?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
So as a matter of simple arithmetic, the change between figure 4 and the cut-in version that we've just been looking at is 1.23 million square metres.
That would be the case, yes.
Yeah. Now, in the paragraph immediately after the heading background, by way of explanation, when the airport was finalising its submissions in February 2024, it was established that the polygons initially drawn were inappropriate. And I think what you're saying is it was established because the Afton wind farm developer told you that they had concerns over the way that their polygons had been drawn. Is that right?
That is how I recall it, yes.
Were there any other discussions around the PD values that that your initial calculation gave rise to, the 89.7%?
So the 89.7% in my report was based on the information that was provided to me by the calculations done by the airport, which were sent to me, which hadn't been updated following this change, which is why it was wrong in my report. And the letter is to clarify that the figure should have been the one that's now presented here on this diagram, which was 87%, based on the recalculation of the wind farm area based on that statement there.
Sorry, it may be the way that I put the question. Cast your mind back to February 2024. You're involved in preparing the written submissions for this inquiry. You sit down with the airport and present them with figure 4 and tell them that the calculation, or maybe they told you that the calculation equated to 89.7%. Was there any discussion around that time of the fact that that was very close to the 90% threshold?
No, that wasn't the discussion at all. As the percentage is what the percentage is when you do the calculation. There's no discussion of saying, oh, it's very close, let's do something different. It was a case of, it was observed that the applicant wasn't happy with the way that we presented the polygon in a particular case. And so after that, polygon was redefined based on those comments, and the end result was what we have. So there's no suggestion that it was, oh, it's a bit close, let's just be a bit cagey. Nothing like that at all. It was just representing what we've been asked to represent based on what we've done before. The polygon in my report isn't the exact polygon, it's an indicative drawing that I've done for the report. The figures that were in there which were presented were the wrong figures presented from the airport, and the 87% was the resulting figures from the redrawing of the polygon around that particular wind farm based on the comments that they received. And that's my understanding of the process that was followed.
Mr. MacLeod, I'm conscious of time, both in terms of Mr. Fido being here and also the fact we have another witness. So I'm wondering whether we're kind of going over the same ground here and whether we could maybe move on to another point.
I think I'm just about done with this section, and I don't have very much more to go after. Yeah.
Thank you.
So on the question of the redrawing of the boundaries, did you give input and tell the airport whether you thought the changes were appropriate or not?
I don't think I made a comment of that nature. I think what the discussion that we had was, okay, if that's not the case, where do we draw this? And it was make sure that the wind farm polygons are correct. Sorry, the wind turbine polygons are correct in the first place, and then apply what was commented on by the applicant. The airport went then and did those changes and provided the Excel spreadsheet with all the results in it based on that, and provided me with a copy of that spreadsheet, which for some reason was a dated version of that spreadsheet, which is why the number I have in my report differs from the final result of that change. And subsequently, that was clarified by suing myself in the airport that was where the difference was. And that really is the extent of that process and that outcome.
The reason, I think your evidence, and tell me if I've got this wrong, your evidence is that the reason that the boundary of Carrick wind farm changed is because the Afton applicant raised an issue with the airport, and the airport decided it should be
not the Afton applicants, the applicants within this inquiry. And I think it was Mr. Parkinson who made those comments. I might be wrong, but I believe it was Mr. Parkinson who made those comments.
Well, this is quite an important point, Mr. Fido, and I'd like you to rack your brains and be as clear as you possibly can about this, because my understanding is that the applicants hadn't seen these calculations prior to their publication in February.
No, they hadn't seen the calculations of these wind farms, but they'd seen the presentation of the Afton wind farm. And those are the comments that were received based on those PowerPoint presentations. And that was done, I believe it was Mr. Parkinson.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can look back at the chronology of that, and we can make submissions on what we've seen and heard today. I want to look at a couple of slightly different issues, or related but slightly different issues, and we'll get as quickly as we possibly can. CD 11.259, please, which is your inquiry report. Paragraph 12, please, which is on page 4.
Yeah.
You talk about the wind farms before this inquiry, and you say they will have a cumulative impact by creating one larger wind farm extending over an azimuth of 40 degrees, having the potential for greater impact on airports, communication and surveillance systems. If that is the effect, if the effect of this is to create one large wind farm, why not model it?
There's no reason why it couldn't be modelled. But my instructions for this public inquiry is for these wind farms and not for all of those at the moment. First purpose of my report is to indicate where they are within location to other things and to indicate that there's going to be an issue there as part of the impact that they introduce into this environment. And we could model it if you wish, and it in the same way that we have done before, but we haven't, as far as I'm aware.
Your evidence is that it would have the effect of creating one large wind farm. So that's extending from Hadyard Hill through Craiginmoddie, through Carrick, through Knockcronal, and up to and including Dersalloch. It would have the effect of one large wind farm. If you were to model it as a matter of simple arithmetic, the PD would be above 90%, wouldn't it?
No, I don't believe that would be the case at all, no.
Well, I suppose it might depend on whether you did a dot-to-dot approach that excluded areas of interest.
We don't exclude areas of interest. Areas of interest are included. Areas that are in between areas of interest do not need to be examined because it's expected that the radar will perform as it's intended to in those areas of open space. So it's a matter of determining where the extents of those impacts are and the cumulative effect.
So are areas within turbines of interest?
Sorry, say that again.
Are areas between turbines? My apologies, I put it the wrong way. Are areas between turbines of interest to you from a radar performance perspective?
It depends on what the area between them is, whether it's small or large, and whether it's sufficient that it's not going to cause a further impact. And it all depends on the geography, but it might also determine if there's anything else within there that might have an impact on how the radar performs over that particular wind farm. So it's all of interest when there's wind farms there because they are the things that are having the impact, and those are the things that we're trying to mitigate and stop them causing a problem. So if it's sufficiently wide between them, no, and that's borne by the separation of the resolution cells that are part of the modelling calculations. And if any of those fall anywhere near overlapping that so that it would have the same impact, then they would be considered. If they're outside of that area, then there's no need to consider them because they won't have an impact. So it is really a case-by-case base on every single wind farm and every single application to make sure that there's no interaction between the two in the first place. And if there is, it needs to be included. If there's not, then it can be dealt with on its own. And we have to deal with that individually and cumulatively, depending on where they sit within that spectrum. And we can't ignore the cumulative effect because when there's more wind turbines over a larger area, you increase the risk of it not detecting in one of those black areas, which has an impact. And that is the purpose of what we're saying here. We recognise that in over the turbines, there's going to be areas where there's no detection. In areas of individual wind farms, which aren't of a significant area or density, where the probability of that occurring is still there, but it may not be sufficiently to cause a concern because of the time that an aircraft would be at risk. When there's an extended area like this, there's an extended period of time at risk where it might have more probability of occurring. So the risk is it's got a greater probability of occurring because of that effect. So we need to understand it. We need to measure it, model it, and test it.
Quite a lot in that answer, and I don't want to go back through all of it, but to pick up on one point that you said, did I have you right in saying that in order for there to be a cumulative effect that you need to be concerned with, you would effectively have to have adjoining cells? Did I not get that quite right?
It's almost right, but either adjoining or within the adjacent cell where they would join up to. So if you've got two cells side by side, they would appear as one. If you've got a cell and a gap and another cell which joins into it, that might also equally join up as one. So it's trying to determine what the distance between two turbines is that would help to differentiate between one wind farm and another wind farm.
If that's right, then let's just look at Carrick in isolation. If that's right, Carrick is in azimuth terms or cell size terms nowhere near Hadyard Hill or Dursalic, is it?
That's correct, yes.
And wouldn't therefore need to be modelled on a cumulative basis because of what you've just described.
Sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
No, I'm going to ask it again. You've given evidence that they are in a situation where you have where you're not adjacent in cells. You effectively don't need to model that because it's not of cumulative concern. That was your evidence as I understood it.
You wouldn't model it as a cumulative if there was sufficient gaps between them. You'd model them independently, yes.
Yes. So if you don't need to model it from a cumulative perspective, it should not be of a cumulative concern then, should it?
The fact that it hasn't been modelled doesn't mean it shouldn't be modelled. It's just that we haven't done it for this inquiry. I'm sorry, but if
Mr. Fido, with respect, you have come to this inquiry and told the reporters that you and your clients have concerns over cumulative impact. You have not modelled the cumulative impact in the way that we've just discussed, have you?
I haven't personally, no.
And you've just explained that you haven't modelled it that way because you don't need to be concerned unless the wind farms are within a cell or a couple of cells proximity. That was your evidence, as I understood it.
My instruction was on these wind farms and not the other wind farms. My report is there to say that I'm modelling these, but you need to take cognizance of these other ones too. And in many of the other inquiries, the applicants have just ignored the fact that there's been anything next to it. And they've ignored the fact because they say it's not their wind turbine, they're not bothered about it. My instruction was on these wind farms, and that's how I based my report. But my report has also indicated that there's a potential cumulative impact in there that needs to be considered as well. And that is the premises of where the airport is now, because of that, is my understanding. So I haven't modelled that as a cumulative impact, but I've made the fact that there's a cumulative impact to the point that there is an issue there.
I don't think we'll bother going any further with that. Can I just ask you a hypothetical question? If there are 3 applications before this inquiry, if the 3 of them had come forward as one application rather than 3, how would you have modelled them then?
So if this would come as one individual wind farm over that area, then we would have modelled it in exactly the same way.
You would have split it up into the what we see on page 16 of 23 in those emails that we looked at. So you'd have a section at 85%, a section at 87, and a section at 76.
It all depends on what the spacing is between them when they're built, and it's reasonable to say if there's a sufficient gap between any part of it, we can discount those, I suppose. But it's all dependent. Like I said, everyone's different, but it is potential that we could model it as one whole wind farm. There is that option.
That would be the only way to model it, I would suggest to you, or the only sensible way to model it.
And yes, it probably would be, but it also depends on what the individual specifications are between the different turbines and their physical locations. If they're sufficiently separated, we don't have that concern because they don't join up, and it gives us gaps in between where the radar can recover itself. So if there is a significant gap between wind farms, we can consider that and take that into account. If there isn't, then they would be modelled as one complete wind farm. And again, each case is different on each case, and to prescribe an exact one to you now, I can't, because who knows what it might be looking like. But the potential is, as you say, with this particular case, it could be that way if that was the case. Yes.
You've been instructed. You were quite clear. You've been instructed in relation to these 3 wind farms only. Yes.
Yes.
You have modelled them individually, not cumulatively. Correct.
That's correct.
There is no evidence before the inquiry of what the cumulative impact of these would be from a PD perspective, from your point of view, is there?
Not a precise one, no.
Thank you. If we could move on to a separate issue, and this I think should probably only take about 10-15 minutes, ma'am, but I'm in your hands as to whether you want to take a short break just now. I'm conscious of time and I'll go as quickly as I can.
Mr. Fido, do you feel that you can carry on for another 10-15 minutes and then have a short break?
If I can just grab the bottle of water, then that will be fine.
Well, is that okay? Yep. Carry on then.
It's fine. Just give me 1 moment. Thank you.
I'm just trying to see what I've covered and see if I can cut down on anything. Yeah. Right. Paragraph, this is your inquiry report, sorry, CD 11.259.
Want to do it up again?
Sure.
Just trying to keep minimum documents open on the computer so it doesn't cause any issues. But yes, I have that now, thank
you. So paragraph 42 of that document.
Yeah.
Says, as explained, optimization of the radar to accommodate a wind turbine results in there being no detection in the volume of airspace above it as determined by the terminal model. As a result, following optimization will be a number of volumes of airspace over the wind farm where there's no detection of an aircraft. That's all uncontroversial. You say in 43, whilst it is possible to simulate, whilst it's difficult to simulate every eventuality or possibility of this occurrence, it's possible to indicate scenarios where it could occur. The only scenario that you've presented relates to Knockcronal.
That's correct, yes.
Did you consider attempting to illustrate a scenario involving Carrick wind farm?
I haven't done it, and the example I did was by way of an example to show that it could occur, and I also said that there's many scenarios where it won't occur, and the point of making the model was to demonstrate the probability that it could occur, and that's the real that was the whole purpose of it. It wasn't intended to be directed at any particular development or any particular environment. It was just to demonstrate the principle that in the right circumstances at the right time, everything lines up, or as Mr. Kirkhope put it the other day, Mr. Kirkland put it the other day, or the holes of the Swiss cheese line up, then it can occur. And part of that was to show in the probability of occurrence that it's likely to happen. Whether it happens once, whether it happens twice over the lifetime of the wind farm, difficult to calculate simply, but it's to demonstrate that the probability of occurrence does exist. And that was the purpose of the model. So it wasn't directed to any particular wind farm. It just happened that that was the one that I chose to do it.
As a matter of fact, Knockcronal, which you selected, has the worst PD of all the wind farms before this inquiry, doesn't it?
It does, yes, but that wasn't the reason for choosing it.
And the reason that it has the worst PD is because the turbines are spaced very tightly together, aren't they?
Yes, it's the density of the wind farms that cause that, yeah.
Can I ask you please to look at figure 6 on page 10 of your report?
Yes, I have that.
And figure 6 shows an aircraft flying directly over the top of 2 turbines that sit immediately adjacent to one another, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Have you given any consideration as to how realistic that scenario is? Or is it just a hypothetical?
It's a realistic scenario based on an aircraft doing a particular speed and flying in the straight line direction, which aircraft tend to do a lot of. And if they do that particular period, then it can happen. Equally, they could have been a distance either side of it and it wouldn't have happened. And they a distance another side of that one and it would have happened. And there might have been a scenario where it may not have been for as long a period as that or a shorter period of that in each case. But the point is, if you look at that one, there's just 2 turbines which have caused a huge long gap, as Mr. Parkinson puts it, within the coverage at that particular time. And that's just 2 turbines. And if we consider the number of turbines that we're talking about, doesn't the probability of the occurrence therefore increase? And I think that's just a logical conclusion. It's not a point proving thing. It's just showing that it happens. It shows how little it takes for it to happen and that it will happen. How often it happens, who knows? It will happen.
Can we just look at what is actually happening? So I think if we start on the left-hand side, T0, you can see the aircraft there. It's not close to the polygon area. At T4, you say that it's in the wind turbine area of no PD and is not detected by the radar.
That's correct.
Now, it looks to me like it's not fully within that area, is it?
It's indicative, but yes, it's intended to be in that area.
Fully within that area?
Within that section of the polygon, yes. Not right in the middle of it, but right in the area where there's no detection. There's no output from the radar when it goes into that space. And we've seen that. We've seen that from the flight trials that we've done of wind farms where when it's in that polygon, there's no detection.
What's the width of the polygon at that point? Sorry, I asked you the question. You give an answer.
So the width of that polygon will be dependent on the range cells of the radar. The range cells of the radar are 6 meters, and the calculation allows for this size of wind farm 4 times that, which is 24 meters. But it's not precisely that, because as it gets further out, it starts to reduce, which is the nature of a polygon. So it's within the polygon. The width of it is irrelevant. If it's not being processed, it's not being processed. That's the whole point.
So my point in short was we're here for T+4, we're at the very edge of the polygon. So it's the narrowest point of the polygon, isn't it?
It is in the sense of the polygon, yes, that's correct.
So what can you give an indication? I mean, it looks to me, and no doubt purely coincidentally, but it looks to me that the first point at which you drop a plot is right on the edge of that polygon. Is that fair?
That is where there's no plot output from the radar. That's correct, yes, because there's no detection.
So right at the edge of that polygon, what do you say the width would be?
It could be anywhere between 6 and 8 and 24 meters, depending on the actual semantics at the time. Remember, this is just a drawing. It is as closed as it can be, but the point is it's within the polygon. And if it's within the polygon, it might not be detected. Now, I could have shifted them slightly to the right, so it's more in the polygon to make it satisfy your requirements. But going through the polygons, the same effect would have happened, and it might be that it ended up at T36 instead of T40, and that's the only difference. So the semantics of whether it's just in it or just outside it doesn't really matter. I could have started at T+8, the same effect would have happened through that wind farm. The only difference is that your long gap might not have been for so long, but the long gap would have occurred in exactly the same way. So again, it's just a model, because that's all we have at the moment, to indicate the process that the radar goes through when it encounters a wind turbine, and how it processes it and how it puts an output to the controller. And it says there's no detection, I'm not going to output. But within the tracker, it maintains the information, so that if at the next update then it reappeared, it would output it again. If it doesn't reappear, it doesn't output it. And then the next time it does it, it says as it appeared, and if not, it then drops the track information internally, so it has no information anymore. Now, the next time you'll see it is after it's been seen by the radar 3 times consecutively before it outputs the next track.
So, sorry to interrupt you. I think we do understand that evidence. So I'm just wondering whether Mr. MacLeod has another substantive point here.
I'll maybe try and take this very short. Is it fair to say that you have not accurately modelled, in the sense of actually plotting exactly whether the aircraft would be fully within or partially within the turbine? This is an illustration.
This is an illustration, but based on as accurate as we can make it with the information and the tools that we have. But it is truly representative of the mechanics that we're provided by Thermal Radar and by the model that they've provided to us to determine how and when that radar will or will not detect an aircraft. And
you accept, presumably, that for an aircraft not to be detected, it would have to be fully within the polygon, not partially.
No, it can be anywhere in the polygon, and as we've seen through the flight trial outputs that were put through by Mr. Thompson, I believe, there's an example where the flight trial aircraft has flown over a wind turbine, and there's been 2 missed detections on 1 turbine. So no, it doesn't have to be fully in it. It has to be in the area where the radar's not hitting it, and that's defined by the polygon. So it could be anywhere within that polygon and not output something. It doesn't have to be right in the middle.
If any part of the aircraft is within, the aircraft doesn't have to be fully within the polygon. Any part of the aircraft, and the track is lost, is it?
No, the track's not lost. The detection's not output. And it depends on how many times it's not missed. So it's a series of events that occur, and depending on how those events unfold, depends what the outcome is. In the scenario I've given to you, it's gone in the polygon, it stayed within the polygon, and it's been in there for long enough that the track has not been able to maintain the data and dropped it, and therefore it's had to wait till it then reappears on the other side of the polygon before it can then re-establish a track, which takes three of those update periods, which is 4 seconds. And that's all that model's indicating. That's the process that the radar would follow in those circumstances. And the point was just to demonstrate that there's a probability that that event of a long gap can occur. End of. That's it, you know.
Could you just go back, please, to the email exchange that we looked at earlier on, which is CD 11.232.
Which yes, I have that.
And it's page 3, bottom of page 3, please. It's a part we've looked at before.
Yes. Which particular bit would you like me?
Second bullet point, Mr. Rees says, since we started using this model, we have introduced improvements in the radar that refines the resolution and allows detection and tracking of a target where the target radar video is partially overlapping the video return of a wind turbine. As I understand it, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that means that if an airplane's partly within the area and partly out with, TERMA will detect it. Is that your understanding of what that says?
So that's what that statement is saying, but what it doesn't say is what the extent of that overlap is, and that's the bit that we don't know. So it could be just on the edge of that, or it could be just within that, but it's not fully within, it's only partial. And the fact of the statement, if you understand how the radar works, it could do or it might not do. So it is a little bit misleading, because the size of the aircraft and the size of the turbine and the size of the return at the time, when it's reflected by the radar, will determine whether it can or can't, because of the balance between the two. So yes, I understand what Mr. Rees is saying, and yes, I accept that that's what it will do, but it's not confirmed yet. We don't know what the extent of that is, and it's not guaranteed every single time. And that's the reality of the matter. You can put figures around it and you can model it as much as you like. The reality is it's not certain, because of the nature of the wind farms and because of the nature of the way the radars work. And that is true for any radar as well as TERMA. So yes, it might improve the situation. We don't know, but it's not saying that if it's overlapping, then it's going to be okay, because once it's in that area, it can't be resolved, and then they can't use it. If they do try to use it, it then introduces problems with the tracker to maintain the track, which is the second part of the process, which helps it to do better what it does. And if they start changing their processing, or we start changing the optimization to allow more of that, then that tracking algorithms have also got to change, or they will be interrupted and not work properly. So it's not a simple case of just saying that's better because of that. It's a knock-on effect to all the other processing, and it all has to be joined up to be done together. And this is not unique to TERMA. This is how radar works. Every time you do something, something else changes, and you have to balance it between the two and understand what it is that you're doing and try to get the optimum from it. And at the moment, what we have is that's the optimum, and it's the best balance between the best tracking and the no detections. The no detections are there. We can't get rid of them. That's how it works. And the more there are, the greater the probability of having a long gap is. And as I said, the purpose of that model was just to generate a statement that says it can happen. That's all. Whether it happens once, whether it happens 100 times, I don't know, because it all depends on everything else that's going on around it. But it can happen, is the point. And that's what drives.
Okay, Mr. Friday, I think we better move on to see if there's another question.
Your position a few minutes ago, Mr. Fido, before we looked at this email, was that an airplane that was partially within the polygon and partially out with would not be tracked. That is what you said, isn't it?
That's what I said based on that model, yes.
And that is not what the radar manufacturer is saying will happen in practice, isn't it?
That's future. That's not current at the moment. What they're saying is they think it can, but it doesn't mean, when they say partially overlap, that doesn't mean it's right the way into the middle. It's only just on the edges of this. It is minutiae, it is detail, and yes, there are going to be benefits from it. We don't have that at the moment, and there's no certainty around it. That's all I'm saying, Mr. McLeod.
with respect, you say it's minutiae in detail, but a moment or two ago, I think you said that you didn't know. You simply didn't know.
Well, we don't know, Mr. McLeod. That's the point. It's a statement.
In that case, how can you say it's minutiae?
Yeah, I was trying to reduce that. It will make a difference, but we don't know what it is. Okay.
Yeah. So you cannot make a statement to this inquiry that says it's minutiae because you don't know.
I just said I will retract the minutiae statement. If there will be an improvement, I don't know what the improvement will be. I don't see it as being significant because of the mechanics of it. There will be a change, but it's not as much as saying it's got to be wholly within that polygon not to be detected, because that won't be the case.
I don't have any other questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLeod. Right, I think we'll take a short break now for 10 minutes. We are running out a little bit of time for the next witness, but I have just a couple of short questions. I'm not sure how long Mr. Finlay will be in re-examination, but we may have to slightly eat into lunchtime, and we'll also have to just keep an eye on the start time for this afternoon. So,
well, ma'am, can I just ask that, at risk of prolonging it further? I don't know how long Mr. Finlay is going to be. We've got trying to arrange diaries around what's been going on in timetables, so we do need a break. I need a break for other reasons. So I just want to try and timetable that. And can I just understand then that we would try and keep 2 o'clock? Or are we saying that the thing that might get put back is the start of the conditions session?
I think we'll probably not be able to finish by 1 o'clock where we are at the moment. So I'm thinking 1:15 perhaps to finish, which suggests, but that we might need a little bit of flexibility with that. So I'm thinking we might suggest a 2:30 start for the condition.
Right, so the condition session goes back. That's fine. We do,
Yes.
because all I'm really ulterior motive. We do need a break, and I need to take instructions in relation to the condition. I don't want to eat into lunch and not have that time. So that's
Yes.
fine. Yeah, good.
So I think we should go on that basis as we are at the moment. So we will we'll communicate with the council to make sure that's okay with them, if it's okay with all of you.
That's fine. So 1:15 stop on this, 2:30 start on conditions.
Yeah, but we've got a bit of flexibility in that. We hopefully will get an hour for lunch anyway.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll take a break of 10 minutes just now, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay, is that everybody back on the call? I can see Mr. Fido. Mr. Finlay, are you there? Yes, sure. Great. And Mr. Hardy? Is here. Lovely. I will start then. So I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Fido. And it was with reference to the airport's letter of the 21st of September of last year, which I think is an appendix to CD 11219. So that's the letter where the airport was setting out its substantive position following postponement of the aviation inquiry that we were due to have in September.
Okay.
So I was wondering if you could explain the difference, if there is one, between what you say will be required on the last page of your letter. You're saying, let me just actually get it up in front of me. Makes sense? So towards the end of that letter, in the paragraph that starts due to the CAA's expectation, you see that one? It's the third paragraph on the last page of the letter.
So that reference, I have an email.
So at the end of that email, there should be a copy of Denton's letter of the 21st of September. Do you have that? Or is Mr. Finlay passing that over just now?
I'm having it taken to the next door room. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
It's not on that page that you're taking to, so and it's not marked with anything.
Okay. So that's the letter of the 21st of September, is that right? You've got that now, Mr. Fido?
Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
Yeah, so on the last page of that letter, in the third paragraph, it starts due to the CAA's expectation.
Yeah.
If you want to read that. So I just wondered if you could explain what the difference is, if there is one, between what you say will be required, sorry, what the airport says will be required there, which talks about an alternative primary radar source, which is about achieving the required range in terma. Why is that different to what what the airport's now saying is required? So is the alternative primary radar source the same thing as what is being sought now in terms of additional sensor?
No, I don't believe so, Ma'am. This is procurement of another source of radar data from onward routed radar data, which will provide the extended coverage which the current term wasn't able to provide. So this is about restoring the airport's DOC for radar coverage of 40 nautical miles, because the current term of radar doesn't achieve that coverage as it stands at the moment. We're hopeful that the current modification was there to resolve that, but the purpose of this is to ensure that we have that extended range maintained, and it's not relevant to what's been asked in terms of mitigation.
Right, okay, that's helpful clarification. And the second question was just around cumulative impacts, and I just wanted to clarify whether cumulative issues had been a key concern of yours or the airports in the Sanker 2 proposal.
They certainly were in my concerns with my reports, and again I raised the question to the airports in light of the instructions in the CAP documents that there was a cumulative impact here that is going to grow, and it's something that we've considered actually for a long time, which is the reason why the WFRMS was procured as it was in the first instance, is because there was an expectation that the growth of wind farms within the GPA area would be to such extent that it would require additional, if you like, technology or processes or whatever it might be to feed into that, to ensure that any effects from cumulative or otherwise by the growth of these wind farms would be properly managed within that system.
Okay, so there certainly were other wind farms in proximity to Sanker 2, but that didn't come out as a significant issue in the report into Sanker.
No, it didn't come out as an important issue. the issue was there and it was raised, and I think that the response that we got was it's not our concern, it's not part of our application, but we did raise the concern that they were in the vicinity and that they weren't considered as part of their consideration, but we did consider it ourselves.
So when you say they and we, you mean the airport?
By they, I mean the applicant's position on it was that it wasn't as significant because it didn't involve their application specifically. But the airport has always had the cumulative impact condition position, I should say. Sorry.
Acceptable. And just finally on VHF, if we look at your inquiry report, paragraphs 62 to 69, so that's back to CD 11259. So when you're discussing the VHF impacts, you conclude at the end of that section that the effects will eventually become unacceptable or unworkable. And the evidence suggests some degradation, but is it the case that the effects would be unacceptable for the proposed 3 wind farms in front of us? Or is it that the concern is increasing and at some point in the future it will become acceptable? Or do any of these proposals individually tip that balance?
There's potential that they could, Ma'am. It is saying that the issue is that there's a concern there, and we don't know what the full extent it is. And the concern is that as the numbers grow, the area becomes larger, and so there's a greater risk of an impact. But again, we can't qualify it and quantify it because we don't know. The conversations that we've had with the CA experts are still unsure as well. What we do know is that there will be an impact. To what extent that is, again, we're unsure. And so I think it was only right and proper to make a point that it is there, it is a growing concern, it's something that we've got to keep an eye on and future-proof if we need to. And as it goes forwards, it may get worse and we may have to do some more about it. So it's just indicating that there's a problem arising now.
And it wouldn't be until the wind farm was constructed and further assessment was done that you'd be able to tell exactly what that impact would be?
That's absolutely correct, and it's the same with radar as well. You don't know what the final impact is until it's actually in place.
Okay, I think that's all I wanted to ask. Mr. Finlay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Fido, just taking one step back, looking at what your evidence, your role in giving evidence, but you're clearly giving technical evidence. Is operational impact your expertise, or is that for others?
No, that's generally for others. I do feed into it what the technical impacts are going to be, and I also have done workshops as Mr. English says with HAZRD sessions and workshops where we go through the scenarios that lead to the operational impacts, but the impacts themselves are decided and put forward by the ATC and the airport generally.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of again, cumulative impact, we heard from Mr. Thompson that the airport sets a sort of nominal 5 nautical miles radius or gap between wind farms before cumulative impact becomes an issue. Do you recall that position?
I do, yes.
And I think Mr. Kirkland gave evidence about operational impact and cumulative impact. Did you have a role in assisting in setting that 5 nautical mile limit of concern?
Yeah, the input I had was explaining what the technical impacts would be and what the extents of those are, which would then give you a boundary to start considering what the operational impact might be. And I believe that they took that and then determined what the operational impact spacing would be, because allowing for if something did happen to have the ability to manoeuvre between it is my understanding, but I can't be for sure.
Thank you. No, that's very helpful. Just to go back to Mr. McLeod's cross-examination, if you have 16117, the end of his cross-examination, just a couple of points. This is about the relevance of your figure 6, I think. If you go to probably electronic page 13, but it should be appendix item 1 Ardrossan in that document.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, there's a flight track that's crossing, I think it's left to right, could be right to left. But towards the right-hand side, there's a red dot, which looks to me, it's close to the end of the ellipsoid.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that that's showing a misdetection? We know that. Is that any different from the red dot you're showing at the end of the ellipsoid in your figure 6?
No, that's exactly the same representation that I made in my model. Yes.
And then if you turn on and to look at it, maybe appendix, so it would be electronic page 17, and then appendix item 5, scenario 2. Just by way looking at Carrick wind farm there, and one can blow it up on screen if necessary, but there's one turbine at the bottom of the page, and then there are 2 turbines immediately above it, just below 87 PD.
Is that the right hand 87 or the left hand 87?
Right hand 87, good question. Right hand 87.
Yeah, there's one down below it, yeah, then 2 above it, yeah.
Yeah. How does your example in figure 6 compare to, well, first of all, do the ellipsoids of those 2 turbines overlap or are very nearly overlap?
Yes, they do. You can see that from the drawing. Yes.
And is that Ms. McLeod apparently was trying to make a point about spacing of turbines. The example in figure 6 was taking just 2 turbines from Craiginmoddie. Just taking that as an example, is there any significant difference between those 2 turbines and the results they might give in your figure 6?
No, none whatsoever, really.
Okay. Now, a lot of Mr. McLeod's questioning was going to the difference as to whether the PD was 89% or 87%, as I understood it, still below 90%. Does that matter in terms of identifying a risk of significant track drop, whether it's 89 or 87?
No, not directly. I mean, it does have an impact, obviously, because if it doesn't detect it, then it won't have a track. And the least that you detect something, then the greater the chance of dropping a track. But it's not that significant on its own, but it is important to consider, because if you drop it and you drop it more than the 3 times that we said, you will lose the track. So even if the PD was 95%, if it landed on each one of those turbines in the right consecutive orders, then you would lose a track. Yes. Cool.
Well, let's just stick with what we've got, 89%. I've just shown you, and you've just agreed, there's a chance of significant track drop given a particular flight line and those 2 turbines at Carrick, as you show on figure 6. So in terms of the issue of significant track drop, which is clearly one of the issues that's focused on in the hazard assessment, is there any difference at all as to whether the nominal PD is 89 or 87?
Not really, no.
Okay. You were taken to the Terma email, and which is CD, it's 11232, and I just want to, first of all, the questions actually start if you go to electronic page 12.
Yep.
And so it's internal page 10. The first question is the 2 nautical mile buffer outside the wind farm perimeter and applied in calculation of PD term reduction figure is not a methodology instigated by Terma, but rather a method specified by others. Question mark, answer yes. And it goes on to make the point. And then the actual area of impacted airspace is in the ellipsoids below over each turbine, and the polygon around the extremities of the wind farm is defined by detail in the X's below. There's a more accurate representation of the impacted airspace. I'm not going to read it in full. He says Terma agree. And we can read what they say. I'm not going to read that out to you. If you look at the figure below, I think that's the figure that's been used on a number of, or referenced on a number of occasions. If you just look above letter D, you see rather a sharp corner there. Is that point to point or an elastic band? Or is there a difference in your view?
Well, there's no difference. It's all point to point at the end of the day. The term elastic band is a colloquialism, I think. But the point is it's a polygon based on point to point drawing of the polygon.
So then if we go back to electronic page 3, there is reference to the slides upon which there's comment, and then following those, then there's questions. You've been taken to question 1, but question 2, can you please also confirm the radar area in the infill radar methodology diagram below is not required or relevant when calculating CD? And that, I understand, is the if you go to the infill radar methodology diagram below, that's shown on the following page.
That's correct.
Electronic page 5. That's showing a 5 nautical mile buffer area.
Yes.
And Terma answer that saying it's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And then the third question is, can you confirm why a buffer zone was effectively included at all? And this refers to the second slide below. So that's on electronic page 6. And it then refers to it's only relevant when comparison is to be made between X and S band. Are we doing that? Is that scenario relevant to the issues before the report of this inquiry?
Not at all, no. So that diagram, if you drew your dot around those red slashes that are within that yellow area, that would be our definition of the polygon for the Terma radar. The outer perimeter of that yellow box is the elastic band that, if you like, that you would draw around an S-band radar. And we're not doing comparison of an S-band radar, we're just looking at the X-band radar, the Terma. So it's not relevant, no.
No, Mr. McLeod asked you a question about whether you'd seen prolonged Terma drop in practice. And you said you had, but you couldn't give indication where because of non-disclosure agreement. When you work for an airport, is it common that they ask you to sign a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, in most cases, not every case, but generally that is the case, yes.
You? I did mean to ask you this about the Terma email. We needn't go back to it, but was any of that information before either the Clockery or Sanker inquiries?
In terms of the responses from Terma, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Fido. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Fido. I know it's been quite a long morning, but we really appreciate your evidence. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much.
We'll have a short switch over to our next witness, Mr. Finlay.
Yes, absolutely. If you give us 3 or 4 minutes, we should be able to do that.
Okay, let's have a 5-minute break then, that's fine. Okay, welcome everybody. Sorry, Mr. Bray. that better? Yeah, sorry. Okay, let's press on with the final witness, and I'm conscious of timing. Perhaps you could just give me a quick indication from the parties on timing so that we know whether what sort of time for lunch we will have. Mr. Finlay, could you give an indication?
About 2 minutes.
Right, okay. That's helpful. Mr. Hardy?
Well, yes. So, I mean, I originally said 45 minutes, and it depends on the answers you get, but the condition is complicated. So I suspect it's somewhere going to be between, certainly 30 and 45 minutes. I'm worried about time.
Okay.
I'm worried about time, as in, what I'm going to do, we have legitimate questions, and I want to put those. I don't want to feel as though I can't put those questions because of time, and that it is as long as it is.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. MacLeod?
Nothing if at all possible.
Right. Okay. So we've got a couple of questions, but nothing that should take too long either, and they may well be answered by what we hear already. So we'll just push on, and I think it looks like probably we'll take 45 minutes for lunch, but let's just see where we get to. Mr. Finlay.
Thank you very much. You're Zoe Kilpatrick, and you're commercial director at Glasgow Airport. Your recognition is 11273, although it is called a report on the top left-hand corner. Can I ask you to read the final paragraph? Just make sure parties not suggesting any change of position.
Yep. The airport accepts the Scottish Minister's previous determination in Sanca 2. That is to say, in particular, it accepts that the costs of mitigation must be fair, reasonable and demonstrable.
Thank you. And the only other question is, in terms of the draft condition, there's a point raised by Mr. Hardy this morning, the wind farm mitigation scheme referred to in paragraph 1, is that meant to replicate the condition in, or is that based on the condition in Clockery? Sorry, in Sanca 2, that as a result of the commission.
Yeah, it replicates the Sanca condition.
Thank you very much. If you wait there, Mr. Hardy has promised you lots of questions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Finlay. Mr. Hardy?
Good. Thank you, Ms. Kilpatrick. Let me try and bring some strands together. Could we start, please, with the minutes of the Scottish and Parliament Economy and Fair Work Committee? We'll find those at CDO 11.210.
Give me a second. Yeah.
So what I've been interested in is finding out whether witnesses to this inquiry had spoken to Mr. Forgie, the chief executive, before he gave that evidence. Had you spoken to him?
Well, I work for him, so yeah, I have.
So about the content of what he was going to say?
Not specifically. It was we'd have had some kind of discussion. Can't really remember what was discussed there, but yes, there would have been some discussion about the committee meeting that was going to take place.
All right. So if we could have a look at internal page 9 of that document, so 9 of 27.
Yeah.
And did you hear the cross-examination of Mr. Thompson earlier in the week?
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll know these paragraphs, so hopefully you can take it reasonably quickly. There's questions asked about revenues, and you see 1015 on the left-hand side of page 9. Mr. Whittle, I'll ask you again. Mr. Forgie wasn't giving the answer or a straight answer, so he asked again. Simple question: are the revenues from the wind farms being ring-fenced for mitigation, not for any other measures? And the second column then on page 9, it narrows down to the potential impacts from Sanka, and you can see Mr. Smythe. Good morning.
Yep.
The issue of the wind farm developments, and Mr. Forgy. That's linked to the public inquiry coming up this new year. Now, coming up in the new year, we've established that's Craiginmoddie and these inquiries, and also Eric Gale. Significant new evidence connected to that. We've got the answer from Mr. Thompson. No new evidence. Do you know what that was referring to? Did you discuss that? Seems to be quite an important part of evidence given in that public arena by the airport. Did you discuss that with Mr. Forgy?
Well, first of all, I don't think Mr. Thompson did say that there was no new evidence. And in terms of a briefing for this committee, there would have just been some general information provided with regards to wind farm activity, as there would have been on a whole host of subjects, because it was obviously not a meeting about wind farms. It was a meeting with the committee, and they were free to ask any questions they wanted of the chief executive.
Sorry, it was Mr. Fido. It's been a long week. It's Mr. Fido where we got the answers in relation to no new evidence. But particularly I'm interested in is a conversation and what led in a very public and high profile arena for Mr. Forgy to say new evidence. And it's an opportunity. You're the last person to say, do you accept Mr. Fido's evidence? There is no new evidence. If so, what was Mr. Forgy referring to?
Well, no, I don't agree with that assertion that there's no new evidence at all. I think the airport in this public inquiry is proceeding on a very different basis to that it did at Sanka.
Okay, so obviously Mr. Fido's evidence is that from a technical perspective, you've got his answers. What is the new evidence as you see it? It's obviously important for lots of reasons. What do you say the new evidence is?
Well, I would say in particular, it's around the cumulative impact, which has an unacceptable impact on aviation safety and requires additional mitigation.
Okay. You heard the answer that Mr. Fido gave to the reporter, so we've got that noted. Anything else?
Well, yeah.
That's an issue. I suppose the question I'm asking really is the new evidence. Mr. Forgy seemed to be saying, "Aha, it's game-changing material, something new."
Well, no, I don't know that he necessarily was saying that. That's clearly your interpretation of
significant new evidence is the phrase. So what's the significant new evidence?
Well, I have a different view on what Mr. Forgy meant by that, and I would assume he meant that the conjoined inquiry that we're here today discussing proceeds on a very different basis to that Sanka did. What is that?
It's an opportunity. These are obviously important questions.
Well, cumulative impact, Mr. Hardy, is
cumulative impact, right?
Yeah. And the operational impact of that cumulative impact, the fact that leads to unacceptable impacts on aviation safety that require additional mitigation. Also, we've had feedback from Terma and we've had feedback from the CAA in terms of our approach here, and none of that evidence was available at the Sanka inquiry. Although that happened after this session here. But if you're asking me more inclusively about what's changed between Sanka and now, I would include the CAA's position with regards to the calculation methodology for probability of detection and also its comments on VHF. That information wasn't available at the time of this session, however.
So what I'm interested in, you see, the individual witnesses of Mr. Fido in particular has given his technical evidence about whether in his sphere there's any new evidence. Cumulative impacts, operational impacts, they're issues, aren't they? That's not evidence. They're issues which are raised. And I want to just give you a fair opportunity. If you're not going to take it any further, that's fine. But it's to identify what might be termed or what might fall within the definition of significant new evidence, which was given in that public arena on the 6th of December. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I mean, we've obviously heard from the technical and operational experts from the airport over the last few days. I think they have they've covered the things that you're talking about there in terms of new evidence, and I would reiterate that this conjoined inquiry proceeds on a very different basis to that Sanka did.
Well, look, the proposition, let me just be clear where we're coming from. There's absolutely no new evidence, and this is a rerun of a case that was dismissed at Sanka 2. That will be the submission that's coming. So what I'm interested in is identifying, not rerunning the same topics, but what it is that would justify a decision maker coming to a different decision. So I hope that puts it, the case that we're making, very plainly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would reiterate, I think this case is very, very different to Sanka. The cumulative impact, operational effect that has been discussed by colleagues that have come before me is very different to that was presented at Sanka. Additional mitigation is required in order for the airport to return the airspace to an acceptable safety level. That requires additional mitigation. And in terms of other things that are different, the airport has outlined the additional mitigation that's required, and it's also put forward to the inquiry an indication of the likely costs of that mitigation.
Right, matter for submissions then. I've asked the question, thank you. So let's have a look at Sanka 2 then, and that leads into what you've just said. So if you could go to CD 830, it's the report. And we're also going to need 2 documents open. We're also going to need Mr. Thompson's inquiry report, which includes the airport's wind farm safeguarding assessment process.
Okay,
that's
I've got the Sanka report open. Can you tell me what the reference is for?
I can. Yeah. So the reference for Mr. Thompson's report, CD 11260, and it's figure 10, which is on internal page 18.
Sorry, what was the page number, Mr. Hardy?
So if for Mr. Thompson's report, it is internal page 18, figure 10. It's the airport's wind farm safeguarding assessment process. I think it's also somewhere else. I think it's CD 11131 on a standalone basis.
That's fine. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have those?
Yeah.
Patrick?
Into page 18. Yeah.
And so starting at paragraph 4.70 of the Sanka report.
We'll just go into that. So which page am I going on to?
Page 78, internal hard copy, page 78 of the Sanka report. Yeah. Paragraph 470.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to read all of this page. First couple of paragraphs introductory and reports can read those 472. So according to the flow chart, and the flow chart we'll come to in a moment, trigger for the airport to issue an objection is if a wind farm would have an operational impact upon its air traffic control function. 473. Flowchart indicates, however, that in addition to the need to address the identified operational impacts upon radar and other systems, it's also deemed necessary at step 17 for a mitigation agreement to be in place ahead of removing or addressing the basis of the objection, steps 21, 22. So could we look at the safeguarding assessment process?
Yeah.
You have that?
Yeah, I just need to make it a bit bigger because it's quite actually small to read. It's maybe my hands.
It is. This safeguarding assessment process is the same, isn't it, as the one at Sanka? So you can see the various steps that one goes through, and then you get to step 17, which is the agreeing the turbine mitigation agreement.
Yeah.
And then you've got steps potentially to remove the radar objection at step 21.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing as at Sanka. And what the reporter, just going back to the report, paragraph 474, the flowchart itself indicates this mitigation agreement is in addition to and separate from other stages and activities which may be required to overcome an objection made due to operational impacts. This interpretation confirmed as correct by the airport during the inquiry. Activity required to address the operational impacts can be referred to as the mitigation scheme. The purpose of the mitigation agreement is not to secure or deliver the mitigation scheme, but it's for something else. See that?
Yep.
So that's all the same. Mr. Thompson, in his report, paragraph 70 and 71, it's internal page 21 of his report.
Yep.
In respect to radar mitigation, generally speaking, once the airport reaches the conclusion that 90% PD can be achieved in tracking aircraft in the airspace by the proposed wind farm, it's necessary for the airport and the developer to enter into a mitigation agreement, which will include the provision for the developer to cover the cost of the mitigation required to address the impacts. And then 71, once the agreement's executed, the airport will then be in a position to remove its aviation objection, formally advise the ECU to that effect. This aviation removal can only be issued to the ECU once a mitigation agreement is signed between the airport and the developer. Yeah.
Well, actually, no, it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes we will enter a preliminary agreement, which I think other ANSPs refer to as other things, which is essentially an agreement to agree. But yes, I mean, so in the main, that process will work. Sometimes, though, there will be a preliminary agreement in place that will, where the airport has got confidence that mitigation can be delivered, that parties enter into a preliminary agreement that then allows the removal of the objection.
So, number of points there. Mr. Thompson's explanation of wind farm mitigation agreement and how that works isn't right, is it?
I wouldn't say it's not right.
Let's just have a look. Paragraph 71, the aviation removal can only be issued to ECU once a mitigation agreement is signed between the airport and the developer. That's not right, is it?
Well, technically, yeah.
Technically, well, I'm happy with the technically incorrect. That is not right. And the reporter at Sanka was very concerned because if you go to paragraph 475, by definition, therefore, Mr. Thompson's position that the mitigation identified by the applicant would address the operational impacts of the wind farm and the objection made on that basis was entirely consistent with the airport's flowchart, which also distinguishes between steps to address operational impacts directly and the need for a mitigation agreement. That criticism from the reporter at Sanka is just as relevant here, isn't it? That process, the chart hasn't changed.
Well, no, but lots of other things have, Mr. Hardy. So I think the reporter was also critical of the use of NDAs. So we have changed that. We no longer require parties to enter into an NDA before we share the terms of a mitigation agreement. And clearly the terms of that mitigation have changed post the determination on Sanka.
Yeah, but
so the mitigation agreement has changed significantly.
None of those. There's no example then of a mitigation agreement, a modern mitigation agreement, before this inquiry, is there?
No.
So we don't know quite how that works. You're told it's changed, but we don't have any. We don't have an example of that. But the process, the flow chart, which was criticised by the reporters and ultimately accepted in the decision by ministers, hasn't changed, has it?
Well,
same here.
Well, no. Well, I think it is different, Mr. Hardy, because I think a lot of that criticism came from the fact that the airport had asked applicants to enter into an NDA before that mitigation agreement was shared, and that. And that doesn't that doesn't happen now. That's changed. So I do think it is fundamentally different. Mr. Warren was commenting on the process and all the things that went around it at that time, and that has changed.
So are these discussions now entirely transparent and in the public arena? So if we're not having NDAs, is that's open to?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we've issued mitigation terms to developers without NDAs post that determination. Absolutely.
Okay, very good. So that's all that's all transparent. How does the condition fit the proposed condition or the updated proposed condition? Did you have input into this?
I did, yes.
So what Mr. Finlay told us this morning was that a wind farm mitigation scheme may or may not involve a wind farm mitigation agreement. That's what he told us.
Well, there needs to be some vehicle with which the mitigation is delivered, and that no. Well, so I suppose you could call it different. There needs to be some vehicle in which mitigation is delivered. It's a standard approach that's used by mitigation agreements are a standard approach used by all ANSPs. I am not aware of any ANSP mitigating wind farms without a mitigation agreement. Now, what was much debated at SANCA were the terms of that, the financial terms of that mitigation agreement, the costs for the developer. But there is a huge amount of content in a mitigation agreement that is not related to the cost of mitigation. It's a framework, a vehicle in which the construction and the testing protocol steps are laid out and are clear, which is all about the maintenance of aviation safety. It details how and when the airport will engage with third parties like the CAA and NATS and how we discharge the conditions. So, but as far as I do not know any ANSP that does not have a mitigation agreement.
I mean, I don't, I'm dealing with this because sort of been put to us at 5 o'clock last night, and then what Mr. Finlay told me this morning. So in terms of this condition, on the basis of what Mr. Finlay had to say, it would not be necessary to enter into a wind farm mitigation agreement, would it? Might involve, but it might not. The might not means that there is a possibility of no WFA to discharge the condition that you now put forward.
Well, the provisions that are required that set out the scheme and the steps to maintain aviation safety, as well as the costs, needs to be dealt with.
Yes or no, Ms. Kilpatrick? Was Mr. Finlay right or wrong? What he said this morning.
There needs to be some vehicle.
Can I just ask the question?
Yeah.
Please. What was explained to me this morning, that's why I was so interested in it, was that the wind farm mitigation scheme does not equate to the WFA. And what Mr. Finlay said was that it may or may not, the WMS may or may not require a wind farm agreement. Is that right or wrong?
Well, I would say probably the easiest way to deliver a wind farm scheme is through a mitigation agreement.
Right or wrong? Not preference. There needs to be. Well, I'll say yes. There needs to be a mitigation agreement. Mr. Finlay was wrong in that explanation because I was quite clear. I don't understand this condition. You are saying you do need a WFA. Is that right?
Well, there needs to be some vehicle with which the mitigation is delivered, because it's not just about. There's a whole process and steps that are required to implement mitigation safely and maintain that mitigation. And but there is, Mr. Hardy, it's not just about mitigation agreement. It's not just about a financial transaction or how much it costs. There's a lot more to it than that. And the purpose of that is to maintain aviation safety. So the processes, which are not my area of expertise, but the process of construction and when the mitigation is tested, are dealt with logically.
This is why we have to do with conditions in a formal inquiry session. I'm afraid I'm completely lost, Kilpatrick. As I say, at 5 o'clock last night, the airport puts a condition in. It's been explained in a way this morning that actually you don't agree with. So what I want to hold on, can I ask the question?
Oh, yeah, okay.
The question is,
Come back on Mr. Hardy. Mr. Patrick's entitled to come back. She's said that there needs to be a vehicle. And please let her explain her position before you without any comments such as you don't understand this condition.
Mr. Findlay, the wind farm mitigation agreement, Ms. Kilpatrick, Mr. Findlay this morning, you heard the evidence, it's on the tape, indicated that WMS did not equate to a wind farm mitigation agreement. He said it may or may not do. So that leaves open the opportunity that it doesn't. You have just given evidence that in your view, you do require a wind farm mitigation agreement. Have I got that right?
Yes, you have got that
And
right.
in which case, what you say now is inconsistent with what Mr. Findlay explained at 9 o'clock this morning, isn't it?
Well, I don't think he said it wasn't required.
I'm not going to move on. It was may or may not be required. May or may not be required. That leaves open the possibility that you don't require it to discharge this condition. You disagree with that, don't you? You think you need a WMA in all circumstances.
Well, yes.
You think
to cover condition, to cover steps that are non-financial,
Yes.
and I think it's probably important to know. Obviously, the applicant here that you're representing has entered into an agreement with NATS. I mean, that's clear on the objection removal letter that went to DPEA, that it said the applicant has entered into an agreement with NATS, a mitigation agreement with NATS, and that's exactly what we're talking about here. That will be exactly the same thing.
Ms. Kilpatrick, you know that's not right. And actually, the reporter at Sanker dealt, because it was exactly the same situation at Sanker, and he explained why he took a very different view of a decision to enter into a mitigation agreement with NATS and why he didn't go with the airport's case. So that's no different here, is it?
Well, no, it is absolutely different, because the point there was that, well, I think he made the point that the applicant had the right to decide if it wanted to enter into a mitigation with either party. And he made the point that NATS didn't require the party to enter into an NDA before they shared that agreement. But the applicant was equally had a right not to enter into a mitigation agreement with the airport. Okay. Now, the premise of the dispute, I suppose, at Sanker was about the cost of the mitigation. Is separate to the fundamental purpose of the mitigation agreement, which is to be a vehicle and a framework in which the whole construction and testing protocol process is managed, how the engagement that the airport has with the regulator and other third parties is managed, and how the process and the obligations that the airport has to discharge conditions.
Ms. Kilpatrick, you know, it was about much more than that. It was about mechanism, it was about lawfulness, and so on. And the reporters can read all of that. How does this condition, so in the way it's described, so wind farm mitigation scheme, where does that fit in the assessment flow chart at figure 10 in Mr. Thompson's report? Because I just don't understand that. Where it fits?
Sorry, whereabouts did Mr. Thompson?
So Mr. Thompson's report, which has got the assessment flow chart, that's the figure 10. Yeah.
Hang on, which one? I've got a couple of things open here. So which?
That's figure 10, page 18 of Mr. Thompson's report.
DD 11260.
Yeah.
And it's also, I think, at 11131.
Yeah. Page 18. Yeah.
Yeah, where does the wind farm mitigation scheme set out in the condition fit within the reported airport's wind farm safeguard assessment process?
Well, it's the entry into of the mitigation agreement, is it not?
I don't know, Ms. Kilpatrick, because I've been told that the mitigation agreement is not the WMS, but we'll have to leave that there. And you'll have to explain, the airport will have to try and explain itself this afternoon. But you think it's at that step, is it at step 17?
Yeah.
You think it's all right, step 17. Thank you. I'll make my submissions on that. Thank you. Costings. You have a document called the wind farm mitigation costing spreadsheet is before the inquiry.
Can you give me the reference for that, Mr.
I don't have I've got a hard copy. I don't have a reference to hand. It's one I'm not sure.
It's 11236.
11236. I'm very grateful.
Is it the spreadsheet? That's the
Yeah, it is.
part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who produced that? Still, Patrick, is that you?
Well, the inputs were largely from one of the air traffic engineers, head of air traffic engineering.
Okay. So the condition talks about, this is 3.1 of the new condition.
Yep.
So additional radar feed. So to supply the airport operator with a quality assured radar feed.
Yeah.
So to be delivered by the developer to the airport operator for the life of the development. So that is a feed to be delivered by the developer, right? The costings indicate purchase of a terrain shielded PSR with purchase with an initial first year cost of 7,270,000. They are different things, aren't they?
I don't understand what you mean. They're different things.
Well, to deliver a feed may or may not require purchase of a new radar, land acquisition and everything else at a cost of 7.2 million.
Well, this is meant to be an indicative cost to provide the inquiry with, some information to consider about the costs of implementing the mitigation. I'm not saying that all of those figures in there are, would actually be 100% accurate. They're estimates of what the cost would be. But the important point is on the condition is that we've said in the condition or proposed in the condition that the applicants actually deliver that feed. So the costs will be the costs, and they will, be managed directly by the applicant. So if the costs are less than that, the costs are less than that. If the costs are more than that, they're more than that.
So this is not anything other than, well, look, if you were to do these things, then these are indicative costs. That's not the airport saying what it requires.
No, that's not the airport saying what it requires. That's the airport saying this is what we think would provide a good indication of what the costs will be to deliver that mitigation. It's not saying those are the costs that are being asked for, because just to come back to the, to the first point that I discussed with Mr. Finlay, the airport accepts that the cost of mitigation must be fair, reasonable and demonstrable. So they will be what they will be, I suppose, in reality.
Yeah, so the first time that the airport has suggested that could be a feed, which is the responsibility and delivered by the developer, is in this condition delivered at 5:10 last night, isn't it?
No, it was in my updated report and in my updated recognition.
So the case which has been put about provision of a new radar, those where those elements in the evidence are included, that's out of date. That was inconsistent with your thinking that it might actually be a developer responsibility feed. Is that right?
Sorry, just say that again, Mr.
Yeah. So the matrix, did you have any part to play in the risk matrices that were developed?
No.
Are you familiar with those risk matrices, the detail of them?
Not the detail, because it's not my area of expertise.
All right, well, I'm not going to ask you about them then, but your view was that it didn't need to be a new radar. You've always envisioned that it might be a feed.
No, there needs to be a new radar feed. Now, whether or not the airport implements that, or whether or not the applicants implement that and then provide the airport with a feed, provide the same end result. So you would still need a radar in order to provide a feed. Same thing.
So in this new world of transparency, those wind farm operators that have entered into a wind farm mitigation agreement, so the new style agreement, are they, or have they locked themselves into a provision for mitigation along the lines of this wind farm mitigation costing document that you've provided?
Well,
so in other words, in the most recent, you're telling us it's all in the open, it's not NDAs and all of that.
Yeah.
Have they signed up to the need for a £7 million terrain shielded PSR?
Well, the mitigation agreements that we've discussed between the Sanka determination and now have not required the additional mitigation. So they are different.
Why is that?
Well,
because it is a cumulative issue we're told about.
Yeah, so this is a cumulative issue that creates unacceptable aviation safety risks that need to be mitigated by additional mitigation. Not all wind farm developments require additional mitigation, and in which case the terms of that mitigation will be in line with the Sanka determination.
So tell me about Knockcronal.
Yeah, so with Knockcronal, we haven't entered into a mitigation agreement. With Knockcronal, we've entered into a preliminary agreement, which, as I said earlier, requires both parties to use reasonable endeavours to enter into a mitigation agreement. So we haven't agreed the terms of mitigation for Knockcronal.
So, but that clearly is in the same cumulative area concern. So, but in relation to that, what you're saying is they haven't been tied into provision of a £7 million.
Not been tied into a mitigation scheme, Mr. Hardy. So the terms of the mitigation for Knockcronal have not been agreed.
Thank you very much for that. Let me just check my notes. Good. Thanks very much for that, Mr. Patrick. That's cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. McLeod, do you have anything to add?
I've got one very short question just arising from that. After Ms. Kilpatrick, you were talking with Mr. Hardy about the radar feed, the additional radar feed in 3.1 of the condition, and I think in the round what you were saying was it could be one of a number of things, but ultimately it had to achieve the same end result. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is the same end result at 90% probability of detection?
Well, look, I'm not the safeguarding manager. I don't make I'm not the accountable manager for safety at the airport. I don't make decisions about what is acceptable and isn't when it comes to aviation safety. That's left for others who you've heard from earlier in the inquiry.
So you, well, okay. That I don't think I need to go any further with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just have a couple of minutes just to check whether we've got any outstanding questions, if that's all right. Don't go away. Okay, sorry for that short delay there. You'll be pleased to know that I don't think we do have any more questions at the moment. I think I think it's better that we have a break. We might have a couple of things to raise this afternoon, as I'm sure others will. So if that's okay with people, we'll stop there from our point of view. Mr. Finlay, would you like to come back in?
2 points for re-examination. First of all, Mr. Hardy put it to you, it's the first time that the possibility of the applicants providing a feed had been raised. I'm just going to lead you on this given the time, but if you look at your report, that's your second report, CD 11261, that's paragraph 22, and your recognition in the same paragraph, is that where the eventuality is raised?
It is, yeah, and same in my recognition that followed.
Yeah, so in both cases. The other thing that Mr. Hardy said he couldn't understand was paragraph 1 of the suggested condition. Could you look at paragraph 1, paragraph 7, a condition in the Sanka 2 decision letter?
Can you give me the reference number for that?
So that's the one that hasn't actually been circulated, that we were going to circulate over lunchtime, I think, but I don't know whether Miss Kilpatrick can be given a copy of that.
Well, I do know that it's the same
You do?
condition. I was involved in with the drafting of the conditions, so I do know it
If you're
replicates.
happy to proceed, then that's fine.
Is there any the Glasgow the condition for 7.1 7.1 and 7.2, there's a slight amendment in the terms of the how subparagraph 2 has now been split into subparagraphs 2 and 3. But apart from that, is there any substantial difference in the wording of the Sanka 2 paragraphs 7.1 and 2 and Glasgow Prestwick Airport's proposed 1 and 2?
No.
Has Mr. Hardy shown any signs of not understanding the Sanka 2 condition? I gather there have been discussions about how about satisfaction of the Sanka 2 conditions.
We've obviously not discussed anything with Mr. Hardy about the conditions.
Okay, so you haven't been involved in the discussions about purifications of the Sanka 2 conditions?
Oh no, I have been involved in those, yeah.
Is there any? Have you had any indication from either Mr. Hardy or those representing the Sanka 2 developers that they don't understand the meaning of condition 7.1?
No.
What is the airport seeking by way of a wind farm mitigation scheme in broad general terms, in terms of condition 7.1? What's the vehicle, to use your terminology, that it is proposing should be used?
A mitigation agreement.
And what vehicle do you understand that the developers suggesting should be used?
I think it's just an undertaking of cost.
And is that a matter currently before the ECU?
It is, yeah. It is.
Okay, I don't think I should ask anything further about that. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finlay. So we will break now for lunch. That gives us a little bit longer before we start again this afternoon at 2:30, but we will get into some of these issues. I don't think anybody else has circulated that Sanka decision notice, so we will do that over lunchtime just to make sure that everybody has a copy of that. So we will see you all at 2:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.